Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SGL number 2. We are in our third quarterfinal of the tournament. I'm Ironcobra, and I'm joined by co-casters Zai and Johnny.
All right, good morning, Iron, and good morning, Johnny. It's 5 a.m. in the lovely time zone of PST, but that doesn't matter because we're here to see the most cracked gameplay, and collapses don't care what time it is anyway. How are you two doing?
It is also 5 a.m., and I don't know what I'm doing, so I hope to see some good gameplay at least. These players have had very storied finishes, Artuosa being Korea's last hope and barely making it out of the group due to some unfortunate losses from their opponents, but up against Kaisei with the lowest score of all the group winners, but still the high seed, so they chose to go second. Maybe we can talk a little more about that.
Oh, okay. Looks like we are getting into the run right now. Hold on a second. Before we get started, Johnny, can you, say something real quick? Are you alive?
Hello everyone.
Okay, there we go. Hey, there you are.
It's 1 p.m. It's 7 p.m. on my time zone. And it's a little bit too dark right now. Hope they didn't.
All right, looks like we're going in. We have Artuosa's very signature and unique Arturia start, very much living up to the name, but it is a bit of a harder start compared to your standard guard specialty, is it not?
Yeah, I can't really say I've seen an E1 Virtuosa start, ever, actually. Remind me, do we know what squad Artuosa is going to be working with for this run?
He just does go defender supporter, or am I misunderstanding?
Defender supporter. Wait, is that Arturia E2 or am I missing something?
That's just Arturia S1. I don't know if it is E2 max, yeah.
Oh, okay,
it's still
sorry.
opting for the S1.
Nope,
very clean
that
first
is
stage.
That is some early morning misty-eyedness, but all right. Is this the first time we've seen a defender supporter start?
This guy's the only guy who runs it out of the entire 20-player lineup we've had for the whole tournament. There are only 6 players left, and yeah, he's the only guy who uses it, and he's still here.
I mean, that's probably for a decent reason, right? I mean, in IS4, the voucher drops aren't weighed like they are in IS5, so you get your preferred 2 classes more frequently. But the amount of a hope save that you can get off of Defender Supporter is relatively minimal, isn't it? I can't think of more than one defender that people normally take for endings 3 and 4, and that would be Shu. And likewise, a lot of the key units aren't necessarily supporters. So this is clear unit favoritism, not that there's anything wrong with that. But I'd be really surprised to see if it works as a squad pick in the long run.
Well, he's only getting started this potentially long run. Well, or it might end here today, who knows, but he's in for the long haul. Still got 3 matches to go. Only played the group match and did quite well, if I might say so myself. So we're gonna see how it goes. These early 4s, much of a, even though it's a weaker squad per se, still no problem for our players here. Just early 4s are pretty weak.
Yeah, floor 1, I don't anticipate seeing much difficulty unless something goes horrifically wrong. But speaking of the long haul, Iron, why don't you tell our viewers what we're going to be in for today in terms of formatting?
Well, it's if you've seen the other quarterfinals, it should just be your PvP format exclusive to SGL, at least as far as I'm aware. Maybe some other IS tournaments run it, but where the first player will play until the end of 4-4, and then the second player will do their entire run, and then the first player will finish out their run, and whoever finishes with the highest score wins, if I recall.
Pretty much. But I don't think we're... do we officially get the scores before the end, or do they both get announced at the same time?
I have no clue, unless you've been counting.
Hey, do you think I know how scoring works? I just know how birds work. Wings go up, ground go down.
Oh no, I can read the wiki right now, but we can see a 4-1. Him getting... Artuosa here getting pretty lucky with an early animal and picking up these very nice relics. And a supporter ticket.
Alright, but unfortunately, no instant promote. Now, he does have enough hope for the 6-star, and he's going for the sculpture? Considering it.
We have seen Bard's been pretty useful in Ending 3 so far. Just as a general buffer, your Sculptor or your Heidi.
This is true, but picking one up so early, one wonders if that's the best use of Hope Economy. Obviously, it's a form of healing, but that is 5 Hope you're taking away from your general pool.
Still no damage and still no frontline, you are right. All the early Hope wasted. Well, not necessarily wasted, more like you're looking for a return on investment. That may come very late.
This is just the Bird Knight's perspective, but a lot of the reason that most Bird runs die before floor 3 is just unfortunate voucher luck, because there are certain things that you want to see early in the run. And right now, the ground game could use a little improvement. I'd say Arturia is going to have the high ground game under control, at least till the beginning of floor 3. So picking a supporter would not have been what I did there, but you know what? I'm sure if Artuosa is confident enough to play a defender supporter start in the quarterfinals of an international tournament, he knows something I don't.
Oh yeah, we'll just see what he has to show for the rest of the run. Right now, still the early 4s not being much of an issue at all. The double healers taking any damage Popcorn might receive. Although Arturia, with the attack buff, even the talent, just doing so much work, being able to proc that necrosis so quickly.
I have some strange thoughts about elemental damage, but hey, you know what? Arturia is doing her job very well, and I think we're going to see a very clean victory here.
You know, it is just... I wouldn't say the expected result, because we have had some unfortunate incidents, but this is the time where you want to scale, you want to build up your team, and you once again have 6 hopes and incoming caster ticket.
Another high ground, yeah. And that's going to be a steward. Okay. So, let's see. Ooh, another caster voucher. Okay. This is where I'd start getting a little...
16.
This is where I'd start getting antsy. Because, for those of you who don't know, there's only 3 vouchers that can appear in the Floor 1 shop in IS4, and those are Caster, Medic, and Vanguard. Had to count on my fingers there. Yeah. So, and there's the Vanguard. Looks like we did some withdrawing as well. Are we going to...
Max the withdraw to take out the Ines and get the supporter book, but can't afford any of those sweet relics in the refresh. That means...
And
still some pretty useful pickups, no?
Pretty solid. Banshee's Kiss, the early Hope Infusion, cannot be understated, and it looks like he's considering going for a Beast Hunt, which would spawn 3 emergencies. You know, honestly, Ooh, okay, he decided not to use it. But I would not have faulted him for using it here. This is still, in my opinion, kind of a dubious start. And I can anticipate that Artuosa wants to really get some good ramp on the squad composition and the relics.
It's a little bit interesting looking for the scaling this early. Artuosa was one of only two players to not go for ending 2 in the qualifier run and still make it out to the playoff stage. So we'll see what he has in store, what ending he actually plans to go for, and ultimately what type of score does he want to accomplish, because obviously the ultimate goal should be 4-3. I mean, sorry, the ending 3, am I right?
Yeah, I think triple endings are sort of the name of the game for points maxing, but you really do want to see that floor 6 Sentinel for Giga points maxing. Now, I also feel like now, if I'm correct, the format's going to be Artuosa playing up until the end of, or the start of floor 4? No, the end of floor 4?
The end of 4-4.
Yeah, the end. And then we're going to see Kaisei do an entire run, and then Artuosa is going to finish up. So theoretically, Artuosa could be a little comfy in that position if he sees what Kaisei gets up to and then reacts to that, but we've seen a lot of explosions to Hollow Visage in this tournament, and I can't say I blame Artuosa for dodging ending 2 in his runs, because yeah, no, ending 2 still freaks me out too.
Another caster ticket, oh my.
What is this voucher? Hello, Caspec players in the chat, can you please pick up your caster vouchers? They're infiltrating this run. Clean up on aisle 5.
Immediate Bosky.
I did not see the condition there. It went a little too quickly for me. But I guess we're about to find out. I think it's a combat condition, though. Like, we'd know if it wasn't a combat condition. So there'd be no combats. Okay, what are we looking at here?
So this is the right time for Artuosa to build up as many recruit tickets
I think
as
it's
possible.
Tanky Bosky.
Oh shoot, you might be right.
Tanky
so
Bosky.
Slow, but it might be very tanky.
Well, the good news is for Unwell, Tanky Bosky means that if you don't reveal all the civilians, you kind of suck at the whole civilian revealing mechanic. So Artuosa is going to be in good position there, but the downside is now everything's harder to kill, including that Tyrant.
We'll get there when it gets there. Arturia is kind of positioned to kill that as soon as it spawns. It is pretty funny seeing all the collapsals run, but with the reduced speed.
That's me
it's
when I'm
not
late to
something
school,
you
but
expect every day.
Me when I'm late to school, but it's finals week and I brought all my books.
Mood. But yeah, Arturia just doing the work. The Necrosis instantly procced as soon as it comes back up. Nope.
Up.
Well,
Up.
Screen share.
Hey.
Oh,
there we
go.
We're back.
Slight technical issue.
And here come the emergency mobs. We've got some civilians down on the bottom. They're going to take some time to reveal. But hey, it's a tanky Bosky, so they're just going to move so slowly anyway that they're not a problem. Wow, you don't even have to block.
Yeah, even though it's tanky, the full Necrosis proc kills them with one cycle anyways.
Man, imagine having elemental damage.
Yeah.
Does E0 have elemental damage?
For these...
Does E0 have elemental damage?
Yes, Arturia does actually. We do have Arturia. Also, like, Nymph is a thing, but it's not nearly enough to proc it unless you have some crazy buffs, which are not really relevant with IS4's relic pool for us. But
ooh, and we've got the double index drop, always a plus. Now we've got 4 index increased visibility is on the field, and it looks like he was considering the hunt, not going for it.
Our ticket picked up though from Miss Bosky, so I'd already say it's worth. You have your Degen Breacher that key frontline.
Oh wait,
damage
and he can't. Yeah, he can't reset anymore because this was technically his entry to floor 3, so we're locked into this run. But it looks like a great run from where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
And he's going
what does
for
that
the
pick up?
Root Weave. Yep, he's going for the root weave. He's locked into anything. Oh, and look, it's Silver Forks and Carriage Whip. Very interesting that he goes for Carriage Whip, though. Silver Forks is plus 25% to all ranged units. Carriage Whip is plus 25% physical damage taken by enemies. I would have thought he would have liked Silver Forks for the Arturia, but clearly I'm mistaken.
Interesting 4-3 boss. It is just not going to be that funnel that we've seen Brecher players clear
Nature's Wrath.
with the ult every single time. I mean, skill 3. It's basically an ultimate. I'm tired.
And it looks like we've got So Close and Yet So Far as the stage, and another Arturia.
It should just be free for Arturia, yeah?
Yeah, are we ever going to see her off skill 1?
Maybe when it comes to the boss stage, but it's just right now, it's the single... Because you can proc that full necrosis with only one skill, where E0 needs 3. But just because you can proc it with that one skill, the single target doesn't necessarily become as much of a hindrance as like initial, because these enemies aren't flooding very quickly. Even with these enemies, Arturia can like proc her skill, and I think most of them, as they just fall one by one as the skill comes back every single time.
I wonder what'll happen to the Sarkaz Lancer if it'll run through fast enough. Okay,
Probably
so...
setting up for that Inez bind at bottom side now.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so now the important question. You have elemental damage. Do you have freeze yet?
Lancers don't die to the necrosis. Doesn't get binded in time. Edging Brecher still dies, but it shouldn't be much of an issue. He's still got 2 like frontline bodies.
And we're seeing a slightly emotional drone.
Just slightly.
Just slightly.
Those sculptor animations are taking up the center of the screen right now. Not much else to talk about.
No.
So
Hold
beautiful.
on. Wait, no. Tell me, does E0 have freeze yet?
We do not. We still do not.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, here's your
Freeze is a
unrelated...
scam.
Yeah, why did you tell our viewers the unrelated fun fact of the day about E0 and freeze?
Yes. So, with status effects, we do have access to necrosis down at the low levels, but freeze is in a mechanic exclusively locked under E1 only. Just purely because all the talents, Aurora's skill 2, you have the Gnosis talent, and I think Kira's skill 2, all of them, the freeze operations are like... They're just locked to E1. It's like a complete trash mechanic. So those characters are not seen very often. And even still, Aurora is our tankiest unit, so we have no choice but to use her sometimes anyways.
Okay, and for our emergency... Yeah, this one...
Does have the Ashball now, though. Very
strong. Oh, and we might be seeing the skill change just because it's emergency crafty beasts.
You're just gonna have waves and waves come down on you, but this is a perfect time to get that Ascalon pick up. Might be a little bit clutch even.
Yeah, right?
Chest in the middle. A little bit of a blocker, but shouldn't be an issue.
Hey, look, as long as it's not a reflect chest. So, I actually don't have this as a problem, or something that I know, because I don't do it. Does Arturia's, damage, like her Necrosis proc, her Elemental Burst, does that make her take damage from reflect chests, or no?
I actually have no clue.
No.
I would imagine that the proc itself doesn't, but the act of getting the damage onto it might, depending on what skill you're using. But I think if it's just like the passive necrosis damage, I don't think it should proc. It is like one of the few counters to it.
Well, hopefully,
Viewers are free to correct me in chat if they wish.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see something like that, but Yeah, this looks very well managed. I don't see any explosions here. 57 is the root weave number, yeah?
Well, Couch says in chat that it does not, so Arturia just kind of free, even if that was a thorny chest.
Yeah.
I think now we're gonna try and get these, try and look to get this Dejin Breacher and maybe the Ina as E2 as soon as possible. Just for the potential hard carry on that 4-3 boss fight coming at the end of this 4 here.
Yeah,
Hateful Avenger's kind of tanky. Gotta time this correct. And he does
okay, very nice tremble there. Easy.
That was clean.
Now, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Artuosa did pick up a randomly select 2 nodes with vertical paths for Lartle off the last combat. So I wonder if he's going to use that with Hunt to get some more... Ooh, okay. Interesting. We've got our first, question mark, specialist voucher of the run.
I don't see any need for more supporters here. So it's definitely the specialist. It is just going to be
but it is an
Ascalon
E2. All right, very well.
Yeah, what is that?
What is what?
The thing he just picked up. I can't read Korean.
Oh, no, that... Iron. How much IS4 have you played?
Not enough. I was hoping to ask you about it. So would you enlighten me and some viewers?
Iron, I'm sending you to detention for remedial IS. I'm kidding. Okay, interestingly, he's not casting the Hunt, but it would benefit him to go up there because he will be getting the plus 50% allied HP if he goes up, but it is Shady Frozen Sea. Okay, so what that thing he picked up was actually the ending 3 lock-in relic. Basically, when you encounter a scout node, as he did on the previous floor, if you do not send an operator off or take the instant hope, you can select the prerequisite for ending 3, which will turn the bottom path of the upcoming floor into the ending 3 lock-in relic. And the node before that will always be an emergency of that floor. So that's what you saw with the Emergency Crafty, and then the Boundless Gift, which gives plus 3 collapse and locks you into ending 3. And fun fact, if you get Root Weave on Root Weave on floor 4, and do not double Prophecy on floor 5, you can still get the Boundless Gift, but you do have to go down that bottom path, so... You know, fun things for the desperate Bird Knights player. We don't take Root Weave on floor 4, mostly because of the dying.
Well, not dying is more important, after all. The Shady Frozen Sea, I think, thankfully not Emergency. Emergency, one of the more annoying stages out there.
You say this, but the boats are free in Emergency, so really, who's coming out ahead here?
I don't know, sometimes they get clipped and it's not fun, I tell you.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, it does look like Artuosa has the Ascalon and the Inez to counter the casters who are going to be targeting the boats. So hopefully the boats make a clean getaway.
Started on skill 3 too. Very fun.
Oh yeah, and the Ascalon with the... If that's Ascalon skill 3, then she'll be taunting... Yeah, that is skill 3, isn't it? Yeah, so she'll be taunting the casters off the boats, assuming she doesn't explode and die horribly here. Which it looks like, no, she's fine. Just dodge. I don't know what her dodge rate is, but as we say on the Twitch side of things, 50% of the time, 100% of the time.
It does, her ult does increase dodge, right?
I think so, yeah, so...
Yeah, really... and also, even if there wasn't dodge, the Sculptor, the Seaborn right there, putting in some good extra work to make up for any missing defense that might have been procced by the corrosion, and the boats will escape just fine.
And we do also have Noxious Hemo something, the Relic, which is a plus 20% base HP, which is very nice. Alright, and I must also point out that we've crossed the 11 HP threshold. We did that earlier when Artuosa cast a red Concord that also gave 2 additional life points. And the significance of that is with the meta progression, you pick up a perk where if you have 11 HP or more, and you perfectly clear a stage, you will start stacking shield. So now Artuosa can start doing that, actually. Yeah, just making a nice safety cushion. And here we go! Nature's Wrath. What do you think?
Adjusting some skills. Choosing to bring the Thermex.
I mean, I don't see why not. Is there anyone else you could have put in that slot?
I don't know. Just a fun operator. You don't get to see robots very often. Artuosa going to put on skill 3 for that wave clear action. Obviously, Dej and Brecher not E2 yet, can't just clear out the strong Sarkaz waves and the boss, as we've seen so many times already. So here's where it might come in.
The amount of high ground gives me a little concern, but only a little. And that's mostly just because of those exploding spiders. It'll be a question of whether Artuosa can get them killed before they impact his front line, especially because the only dedicated healing until Sculpture comes up is going to be coming from Hibiscus. So,
or in the words of Ascalon, just dodge.
Yeah,
as you see the placement right in the center there. Well, not directly in the center, but like in the center of action. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think
those spiders just fine. This one, Sculptor? Nope.
Okay, very nice.
Very clean.
Yeah, killing that spider before its explosion radius can endanger Sculptor. Very nice.
Questioning the medic placement a little bit.
No, that seems pretty standard. Not gonna lie, just out of
I mean, he
way.
hovered a little bit. Or it's just, maybe we're perhaps waiting on it. Prepping the Arturia skill 3, right as the boss comes out.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Dagenbrecker's still not down. I think Artuosa might be saving that in case of emergencies.
Does use it just to block the boss on that lava tile in the end. But Artuosa putting in the work, but this boss is one tanky boss.
It is! And fun fact, if you pick up the Hunter's Insight Relic, it's the one of 3 floor 3 bosses that isn't affected by the relic, and man, does Bird Knight hate that.
Holding the skill.
Waiting for the Thermex. Okay, very nice chunk of damage. Especially from an E1 Dagenbrecker. And there's another chunk of damage, and that is clean as hell.
Yeah, just the 6 Sarkaz left. We've seen a couple of runs get a little bit hurt by those, but Artuosa looks like it's they're fully prepared with that Ascalon skill up.
Yep.
Even if Arturia's skill is not back yet, but yeah, just look at the damage. It's not going to be a problem. Now, clean 4-3 boss run as the scaling continues. We'll see what he gets for his rare relic in just a moment.
Now, I'm going to go look up what necrosis damage does to the, necrosis effect does to the enemy, because I don't actually know that.
It should be minus attack. It's like minus attack, but it's decaying as soon as you proc it.
He got
50%
a migrate.
enfeeble that. Oh, sorry, what was that?
He got a migrate.
Oh, he picked up the migrate full Dartle?
Yeah.
And he's got.
Holy. His run was already breast. What?
He's got Beast. Are we going to see a Beast migrate play? I love migrates.
Think about the operator section. I think what the squad needs is that front line. We are missing that signature shoe, but no defender picks. Does offer that AWA, right? The fragile on the skill 3.
I'm going to interject here really quickly, Cobra. I have consulted my cheat sheet, and I'm pretty sure that the tag on that Beastful Dartle may say affects an additional node at random. So we might be about to see things get real ugly here, and by ugly, I mean Bozkey.
Isn't using it yet, though.
Yeah. Well, personally speaking, if it were me, I would wait
for that
until
lost
there's
and
like.
found to target the ending.
Oh,
Doesn't
true. He
want to
really
risk.
does want that
Doesn't want
ending
to risk.
too.
Risk erasing it just yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. If he goes
There's no
to the
fights on
Lost
this
and
way. It's not
Found-
great for the scaling. There is just a
Yeah.
downtime recreation in the middle.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see when you want to look for that lost and found right there.
Yeah, it locks him into 3.
Potentially choosing
And-
the Bosky gamble now.
And there's not a lot of good verticality as well. He's mapping it out right now, seeing where those boss keys might land that he can get optimal use out of them. See, that sort of confluence in the middle with the 2 vertical paths, that's ideally where I would want to cast it. Hypothetically speaking, if it were me, I would be going first node on the top and then casting after I completed that node, and then most of those boss keys should fall along a path that I could walk. But he's going for it right off the bat. And the Lost and Found is protected, and the bottom looks great. Bottom looks really good. Look at that.
The standard Sentinel setup, plus the Artuosa. The Arturia from Artuosa building up. That's a fun name. That's a fun name.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Arturia
juggling.
main, and then you name yourself Artuosa. That's lovely.
Okay,
Still
he
goes
is going
top.
he's going top lane though. And I don't see anything wrong, or like I don't see any reason why he wouldn't scout into Bosky right here. It's a free E2. And there goes the Dagenbreaker.
It's not like Dagenbreaker was that useful at E1 anyways. Right?
Yeah,
you want that E2, you want that return to silence for that new potential.
And
And
we've
very
got,
small Bosky.
We got a shop too.
27 ingots, you can buy some stuff.
Oh, he's clicking too fast for me to try and read what the Bosky conditions are, but hey, we're gonna find out.
Dagenbreaker, promotion immediately valid from the scout because you went into the Bosky. Just probably gonna have some fun with these stages. You want to play as many stages as possible to scale.
Mm-hmm. So, Johnny, what would you have done with the migrate then?
I think I should save it for 5 because I just take gamble on the migrate if I could get the lost and found in that. And I think I should spend all the index on 4 if I were him.
Using the index to move vertically and scale that way, and then try and ramp further on floor 5. I can see where you're coming from, but like, what would happen if there was 3 man-made carnivals like we saw in a run yesterday? I mean, not all at once, but I personally would not like to see 3 man-made carnivals in my life.
That's a lot of black tiles.
His system is
Yes.
dying.
He's got his hibiscus up now. So this looks
Doesn't have the
very-
range to necessarily spawn kill those robots, but I don't think it'll matter. I think he does just have sufficient damage to kill everything.
Yeah, I think between the Arturia and the Ascalon spawn camping and now the Enos, yeah, I don't think any of those paper planes are going to be going anywhere. And then when the Frost Drone spawns, Dagenbreaker totally has that under control.
I mean, the first Frost Drone already just got double procced by Arturian. They called it a day. Well, little guy leaking on the bottom, but he has bodies to catch that.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, you could throw Thermex at it, right?
Fully set up now. Gonna try and not get let any of the little shards get to the robots. The spawn camping surprisingly well due to the Enos bind. Almost let 2 through there, but just immediately caught.
And the Frost Drone's dying instantly in Arturia's elemental damage field. Yeah, this looks free as hell.
Yeah, interesting comments from chat talking about trying to target that lost and found node. Gonna be hard to say if it pays off. Are you? It's needed for which ending again?
Ending 2, but also if you pick up the ending 2 relic, it does have an effect on progression in ending 4. Okay, and we've got the index drop. It's a crying shame there's no Scarred Amber active, but who knows? Maybe we'll see it in the shop. I don't know. I feel like if you really wanted to target the lost and found, given the amount of RNG involved in getting the boss key to land properly, like, I don't know. Maybe I would have just gone top floor, cast, tried to force all the boss keys to land, and then, like, prayed for a doubt drop from one of the boss keys. Super copium, but... Alright, let's see what we're buying here.
Not necessarily the best shop roll here, I don't think.
Yeah, I've seen better, but the vouchers could be interesting. Especially because he's got 11 hope. There's a specialist up there. E2 Ella, perhaps?
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
You want the fragile from the S3. Gonna use that refresh, hoping for something better.
Ooh! Pride Open Toolbox. That'll give an instant +4 hope and +5 ingots. There's another hunt. So that's purchased. You wanna pick up a flag bearer here, sir? And, oh, no, that's the E2
No, just the E2 Inez.
Fair enough. And what have we got? Ooh, recovering HP, but are we going to turn that into a... Nope, we're recovering some HP. Wow, we got our 12 HP back up to 12 HP. That is such a useful node. That's sarcasm.
Gonna be unable to, unfortunately, find the lost and found on this floor. Bosky gamble did not necessarily pay off as expected.
No, but we do have Emergency Collapsals Afternoon, and that's one of the 2 emergencies that's got bonus points, isn't it?
I believe so. The points are especially nice, especially after spamming those folds. To good effect, might I add, but we have seen a few people go for the runs where you don't use those, the hunt or the surprise, just because they offer like a multiplier on your final points. But in this case, I would say it's worth, but yeah, he is trying to target as many bonus points, and this emergency does definitely make up for it. As long as he clears it safely, of course.
Alright, so we've got the standard right side drones.
Oh, it's just stage.
One of them's a little blushy. Looking forward to see how this stage plays out. I think we've got a E3 Arturia, and we've got also an E3 Skill 3 Arturia. Hi, yeah, I come from the future. We've got Elite 3s now. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you know, my solution to this stage is normally Fia Meta, so I would really love to see if Arturia's got some comparable chops on her here.
Just the fully stacked. This is the one where like the drones fly back and forth and just try and nuke you all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how the sustain is gonna work for this one. Sculptor here on the skill 3, looking for a final burst.
Is that skill 3 or 1?
Is it skill 1? Actually, it might be skill 1. You're right. I wasn't checking. That's my fault. Skill 1 can make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I am not a Sculptor user, but my former Slacker Knights days say, hey, Sculptor S1's some really fine tanking if it really comes down to it. And it is S1! Hey!
Good call.
We've got the Durin coming out for the Arts Dodge! Alright, so we've managed to save both the supporter skills for the large drone wave, which is ultimately a big positive.
Sculptor S1 comes back so quick.
He didn't proc it.
Oh.
No, he just threw
Durin.
Durin.
That's what the Durin is for. I'm trolling.
Yeah.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm tired.
Iron Troll, bruh. Alright, and now we're going to see that Sculptor skill pop. Dagon to clear out the area wave. We're still holding that Arturia skill in reserve for the large drone wave. But no, actually it's coming out right now, but so is that next drone wave. It'll be here very shortly.
Well, the Sculptor and the Durin use now the final 9 drones, but it is all just cleared by the return to silence there. Shattered Champion, gonna make a last stand, but
it's
not
just that
death
easy.
Very clean run so far. Very strong.
Does Durin have Arts Dodge? Ooh, free ingots.
Wait, no, Durin doesn't have Arts Dodge, sorry, but I'm trolling. I think you actually suggested it first, but Durin, okay, maybe just there to tank. Wait, 12F is the one with Arts Dodge.
Oh yeah,
who uses 2 stars nowadays?
Yeah, who takes Patriot Spear with 2 stars these days? Hold on, I'm gonna look up what Durin has.
Was that physical dodge? Wait, I have no clue. Wait, Durin might. It might be Durin actually. I should have freaking know.
Someone has dodge.
Someone has the one.
No, Durin does have Arts Dodge.
Okay, yeah, then 12F is physical.
I'm not hallucinating.
Okay. Good question from chat, but oh my god, another index. He's just staying at high index throughout this entire freaking run.
Guard Amber mod check? Hey, listen, if we've got any Artuosa Glazers in the chat, send him your energy. He needs that Scarred Amber.
He somewhat gets to the 4-5 right now, but I'm very concerned for his com right now because he didn't get any single medic at all.
Have we even seen a medic voucher all run?
No,
we have in a couple of shops, but I think we've seen it in a shop, or am I trolling? But
I think you're trolling.
You're right that the lack of sustain here is becoming an important run, noting the final boss's DPS, even Dejin just suddenly taking so much damage immediately.
Yeah.
So the stage might be a bit more of a challenge than expected.
I mean, fortunately, Restricted Zone isn't too heavy on the tanking demands. You really only have to worry about the drones if your high ground protection gets breached. And I think Ascalon can just sort of dodge through
does
the
nothing.
rest of that.
No damage.
Right?
No damage from the enemies here.
In terms of floor 4 stages,
lack of sustain.
Yeah, in terms of floor 4 stages, this is not one with high tanking demands, unless you're Bird Knights, because everything has a high tanking demand in Bird Knights. I'm not coping. What are you talking about? But I don't really like this going into floor 5. I think Artuosa is going to need some really good rolls in order to solidify his position entering floor 5.
Blessing or curse, he'll have to watch what's it called? Who's it called? You'll have to watch Kaisei's run before he decides what he does in 4-5. So.
But he does have the advantage of seeing what Kaisei gets up to before making those decisions, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a blessing or curse if Kaisei suddenly gets that 3,000 score. Suddenly, this is a lot of pressure. You're gonna need a lot.
The legendary 3,000 score.
Stuff. I've only seen one so far, but it has looked doable. You just need a little bit of a
high roll,
right?
just high roll.
You just need that 1/9, approximately 1/9 chance of getting both Hollow Visage and Sentinel, and being able to clear them both. You know.
Just that easy. Okay, hold on a second. Chat, I've got a question for you. I don't think we can answer it up in the caster's booth. Does anyone happen to know what the largest amount of Scarred Amber on a finish is? Ooh, a combat boss key. I think that's a max life point. No, it's not a max life point. In which case, let's see what the condition is. My notes on boss keys don't have the KR notes.
Yeah, I can't read Korean either. Unlucky.
Yeah. So, fun fact, I think we're actually like the only wiki that transliterates the actual boss key condition. Everyone else lists the actual effect with numbers, but unfortunately that does not help when you are trying to recognize a boss key effect in under 1 second. Marcio says he's seen 100. Hey Marcio, pass me whatever weed you're smoking. I'm kidding. Okay, so it's not a tanky boss key, it's not an HP boss key, and it's not a Dominion boss key. It's... is that a ADHD boss key? No, they're not confused either. Range boss key?
Could be.
No! Deploy boss key!
Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5. Sorry, 4 deploy slots.
Yeah, that is less than 6. In fact, you could even say it's no more than 4. Okay, I'm gonna leave now, bye.
Still, DPS
Really?
should be enough. You can just have this Altar Center Ayla taking damage.
Ella! Ella! Alright.
Immediately gonna use that Ines to save.
And we do have a rare instance of, I don't know if it's too rare, but uncommon instance of Ines skill 3 where the dagger is being used to assist with damage just because Ines has such a low redeploy time. Might as well just throw that dagger around.
Yeah, near instant redeploy now. Could be useful for just the opening, just to hold, like her job as a vanguard. I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost for words right now. But that damage, just taking out the little drone summoners immediately, not letting them reach the rest of the front line, because they do a lot of damage now.
Yeah.
But...
you know, you'd think those drone summoners would be a little more threatening, but turns out they only have like, what, less than 20,000 HP, I think even just 10,000 HP, unless they have a modifier, so, you know, just little things you learn watching Fia Meta work on this stage.
I mean, the main threat is the drone, but then you can just bait. You have multiple different sources, including a 5-second redeploy Ines, which that actually did a lot of damage. What the hell?
So would you like to hear the disgusting thing that happened to me yesterday in a redeploy boss key? Instant SP, Clairvoyance Reveal, 0 redeploy time Irene. I may or may not have done confusing appearance just spamming Irene. It was great.
Very clean.
Alright. Easy.
Let's see what emergency we'll get. He did opt for the path of the emergencies, right? Or is that all of them? I couldn't tell.
Oh, come on!
What, the overflow index again? Holy, this guy's just getting so many.
Guard Amber mod check. And we've got a sniper voucher. Again with the high ground.
A little bit overflowing. Actually, I wouldn't say overflowing hope. Just leveled up to 8, I think. So, might be wise to not to look for another 6-star here, but does have the Milner already picked up, so you have a lot of freedom. But yeah, indeed just goes for the 0 hope. Looks at the emergency, it is... oh.
Well, he did pick up a deployment slot from the... I don't know what they're called, extra large coffee beans or something. Basically, +1 squad size, +1 deployment slot, and +1 hope. So now he has 4 deployment slots. And that was emergency company entanglement, which I believe is the highest scoring emergency on floor 4. And you aren't getting scored based... you're not getting extra points based on how many special emergencies you take. You're basically... for all of floor 4, there is a pool, and you get the highest scoring emergency out of that pool. So, yep, and looks like we're going for it to get that additional 10 points. Okay. Very nice, our use of Arturia down on the bottom to get the elemental burst on the stun sniper, and then retreat to be redeployed, I would presume up top. Very good call there. Oh, Lazy Couch correcting me, company, and Iron, can't you just say it in, like, with your voice?
I just looked it up, man!
Oh my god.
The fact-checking booth, good correction from Couch.
Thank you, Couch.
They are plus 30.
But Couch also
Couch
raising
watching.
a very worrying point. Who's taking ending 2? Clueless.
I mean, if you can get what's it called? Sorry, let me look at my fact sheet once again. Hold up. Yeah, Artuosa on their qualifier run not only went for that ending 1, but ended up getting the special what's it called, the Ice Cold Image with the Tree Scar Helm. So still managed to get the points even if you choose not to go for Sammy's Entropy. It is 150 to 200. So a little bit of a stroke of luck. Maybe he's praying again, but I think it does show that what's it called, going for ending 2 isn't necessarily needed. It'll be extremely nice, but it is something that he can decide to look for after what's it called, Kaisei does their run immediately after the stage.
Yeah, again, the slight advantage of having Kaisei go first, sort of at play there, it will help Artuosa inform whether or not to go for an ending 1 or ending 2, depending on what the boss ends up being. I don't know, though. Do you think there's enough ground presence for an ICI? We do have plus 20% base HP, but ICI can be pretty demanding.
Yeah, once again, the lack of sustain as he ramps up on the 4s coming to rear its ugly head. Still so few medics and absolutely no defenders. Still, the stage not going to be a problem. Panda though, might be. We do see that animal come out. Probably going to be able to kill it extremely easily with the Return to Silence and the Grismont Mine there. So extra artifact, extra ramp. Oh my god, that's a lot of burst.
That was ugly, and that was clean.
A little bit of a contradiction there.
I mean, it was ugly for, ooh, and that's the anti-ice cold image relic, and hi, it's another index, and we've got another specialist voucher. Now, given the squad comps we've seen going into those other endings, I think a Yato could be justified here, but would you save the hope?
I think it might be worth it to be a little bit greedy. You to wait to save the hope as you're waiting for that medic or defender ticket that you so desperately need if you want to go for ending 2 here, because yeah, you're right. It does, like, he can't get Ice Cold Image anymore, right?
No, he can get Ice Cold Image. Why?
He can.
Yeah.
Wait. Interesting. I would still say, I would regardless. I would still be preying on that sustain. A little bit of unluck here, but and yeah, good call out from chat. The other relic, the Whisperers, and getting the minus 10% global HP does come a long way when you are at D15.
Especially when you have that 10% damage reduction at minimum on your enemies. It's kind of free. Okay, and we're seeing a gravel pick. Very interesting. And it looks like we're picking up a collectible. Now, will this be one of the 2 boss key specific collectibles? It is? Clairvoyance Reveal? No? No! Ooh! I don't think that was worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Liquor isn't bad, but a little bit of a low roll. Does go for the second boss key now. Still at 6 index, doesn't really matter for him, but
It's a shop boss.
double shop. Ooh.
Ooh. And he could eye for more ingots here, but he has 53. That's pretty solid. Okay, so... Oh, Cannot's Mark! It's free real estate! So, chat, I'm I've never really encountered this because I always pick Clairvoyance. But if he doesn't go for Cannot's Mark. Ooh, Hunter's Insight, always worth. And some more deploy. That's solid. But what is he doing? Why didn't he buy Cannot's Mark? But yeah,
Ooh, finally the shoe coming out. Defender ticket. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Still,
So,
Yuan
chat.
gonna need to get some more. Sorry, go on.
So chat, if you encounter the Clairvoyance reveal encounter and you don't take either of the special relics, can you encounter it again in a different boss key? I would presume no, but what do I know? And he's not going for the Hunter's Insight. Oh, well, I guess he does have a second shop coming up. But still, not getting Cannot's Mark in a shopping boss key? I think that's a misplay, in my opinion.
Definitely a greedy one for sure. Another defender ticket.
Yeah.
Gonna be
And
E2 that
Empty
shoe.
Foul Beast for Sculptor. And possibly Ella as well. Yes, okay. Empty Foul Beast is a must-pick for the Steam comp.
Yeah, huge roll here. This shot much better than the previous E2 shoe. Free E2 Aurora
Okay.
just happening there. It is...
Hand of Pulverization lurking over there in the corner, and I'm just here big Maddie, because no one's run via meta this tournament. Obviously for good reason, but big Smoge!
Still got a refresh. 13 bits.
Yep. I wonder if he's regretting not picking that Cannot's Mark now.
Never know. Does go for the refresh.
Ooh! Scarred Amber! But it's at the end of all of that, though. Oh, that's so bad.
What an unfortunate timing. Medic ticket. No hope though. A little bit late for it. Does have a discounted defender book. Could be nice. Just these extra buffs now.
You know, if he had gotten the Cannot's Mark, he wouldn't be buying the Scarred Amber, but you know who he could have been picking up? A Nightingale.
That is true.
He is going
Picks
to
it
go
up
for that
anyway.
Scarred Amber. Well, I don't see any reason why not with how his natural index drop has been going, but I mean, he's still one hope short of having, like, if he hypothetically did buy Cannot's Mark earlier, so... Smoge!
I think he
Iron.
just regret for not buying
And it-
Cannot Mark.
And
What's
that's
up?
the end. That's the end of 4-4. Yeah. So we will switch to Kaisei's POV soon
Oh,
for a
Iron.
full run. Yeah.
What are you getting for breakfast?
I have a loaf of bread and some coffee.
Oh my god. Well, I've got some Parmesan risotto in the fridge that I'll be warming up.
Ooh, fun. I don't have class today, which is that.
Oh yeah, finals?
No, just what's it called. Finals is in May. Right now it's just like midterm season.
Your semester. Bleh. I'm on term.
Yeah.
Yawn.
Yeah, finds the medic voucher just a little bit at a bad timing. Has the E2 shoe now, but the sustain, you still kind of do need a medic. You're looking for one of an Aya or a Nightingale.
All right.
Still haven't gone to the action yet. It's only been an hour.
Yeah, we've gone past the ramp, but now is when things start getting interesting.
Will this be a god run, or will it be
Do we know
will it
what
be
squad?
absolutely dead?
Do we know what squad Kaisei plans on running?
Kaisei just plays the standard what's it called, LS start, right, with caster specialist.
Yeah, cast spec. Okay.
Yeah, he just plays a standard LS start with Fang Crusoe. We did top their group with 2,700, the lowest of all the group leaders. But still does try. It got neither of the special bosses in their run. So
Yeah.
this
And
one
I
is-
think I think not hitting any alt bosses really does hamper the potential point gain. So hopefully Kaisei gets a fair shot at, some alt bosses, doesn't get entirely hamstrung by boss RNGs.
It is understandable because that Sentinel is the biggest point gain possible in this. It's not only
deservedly so.
Not only do you get the 10% multiplier from fighting Croissant, but it is a plus 150 point jump from Gardener. And the only both Hollow Visage and Enter Eternity only give a plus 50 from their normal counterparts. So it is definitely a little bit luck based there. The high risk, high reward. I mean, play.
Okay, hold up, Kaisei is coming live.
And it is that Ella start once again. The tried and true.
Of course. I mean, you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay.
Gonna try and pop Artuosa start at minimum and try and finish run, because the advantage of going second, and it's kind of understandable why all the first seeds have picked to go second here. The advantage of going second, at least in my opinion, is that you don't have to deal with any potential pressure. Sure, you can pray if you're going first, you can pray that your opponent fucks up and does in fact like mess up early or loses the run on 4-5 per se, but you don't have to deal with the pressure of, hey, if your opponent gets a 3k score, have fun. You get to just do your run in one full clean sweep. As we hop right into 4-1.
True. Now, I'm not sure if this is like, how do I put this? Are the players pausing in like real time? Like, currently is Artuosa just like sitting and cooling his heels?
I think so.
Yeah, I can see that also being a potential, not I guess issue, but debuff, I guess, for the player. Because if you're someone who really requires a solid headspace to work, taking a 90 to 180 minute break between your floor 4 and floor 5, I wonder if that might also have some effect on the gameplay, whereas Kaisei just gets to go on right ahead, with a brief intermission, of course. And like, honestly, who doesn't take a nice bathroom break mid 1-3-4 or 2-3-4 attempt?
Yeah, it is definitely a double-edged sword depending on the player you are. It does opt to skip the Sculptor pick early, probably still looking for a better 6-star in either Specialist or Guard. But yeah, if you're a player who likes to play that calm, collected style, where you have that time to reset, it could be better to go first, but it's definitely understandable if you don't want to deal with that option at all, because not only are when you're watching your opponents run, praying for their downfall.
Honestly, I would agree with Kaisei here. Let me cook, uninterrupted. I want to cook.
And we do begin the cooking with the fairly standard, Ayla start. Gonna try and cook up a recipe that is unique to the success here, try and maximize the points.
And we did see
at least
that
better
we
than
had...
we did in qualifier.
We did see that we had a +2 hope start, so we have 3 hope in the pocket. We'll be gaining 4 from our first level up. That'll be a total of 7, and that means anyone can be recruited off these first vouchers. So it'll be a really solid start for our Kaisei if the vouchers decide to be cooperative.
Yeah, we already saw it not so cooperative with an opening supporter ticket. Has the 7 hope but chooses the Orchid instead.
Well,
I think he's just waiting for those power DPS picks, no?
I would think so, but you know what? I think it's a little early in the run to start making definitive calls about roster picks. So I think Kaisei will just be happy to get any mainstays in the team, and some more than others, especially in the early game. Alright, let's see what the voucher is. It's a Vanguard! Okay, that's a solid one. That's a solid one. That's the Inez here.
Yeah,
clearly.
worth the 6-star pick instead. Worth the 6-star pick indeed in picking the Inez. Once again, with a much defined meta already as we're already into the playoffs of this tournament.
You want to know something funny?
Solid front line now. Starting to build up.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty crucial to get.
It's a Vine Creep chest. Is he going to go for it? Very
I would.
interesting. I would too, but not this early. In the map, that is.
It is IS4 where the Mimic leaking reduces lives, right? All the IS Mimic chests do a different thing. It's so weird.
It's nice though. I like it. But yeah, it will be a -2 if it gets through. All right.
It is the most punishing of the IS.
And there it is.
Balance E2 Ewa. Woohoo!
And mine? Yep, there's a mine. All right, clean as heck. So yeah, fun fact about the done meshy stuff, and sort of tangenting off of what chat's saying. Did you know that the done meshy banner has the incorrect end date? Actually, I don't think we can see it anymore because it should have been over right now. But yeah, it said it ended on the 25th.
Very nice run.
Okay, we've got Orchid facing horizontally this time. Probably to just make the stage end faster. Vine Creep chest on floor 1 I would consider very advantageous. I mean, that's like, what, 10 ingots to take into your floor 1 shop? Some early ramp in my opinion. Alright, there's +4 hope, and it's a sniper! Is there a universe in which this is not just an Adakiel? Oh, free Vermail. Okay, you know what? I had to open my mouth. And we've got... Okay, yep, very good hope. Ooh, and picking the encounter already, or picking the ending 4 encounter already, and the instant E2 KO Bay. Looks like we're seeing... Oh, and there's the withdrawals. And yeah, it looks like what Couch predicted is coming to pass. We are seeing Kaisei take the Horizon invitation early, just to guarantee an early combat, but it is going to lock him out of a triple ending, but I'm not sure... Oh, and there's the medic voucher. Very nice. Hello, Ansel. So yeah, I'm not sure if Kaisei's going to pay for that decision in points, but it does mean that he is going to have that guaranteed ramp on floor 2, and he does also still have the option to reset, assuming he doesn't like how his squad looks going into that boss key. Okay, and here's early illusions in the sand. He's got the E2 Ella. This is totally free, right?
Yeah.
And looks like we've got a south to north wind. Yeah, seems like it'll be a pretty standard illusions in the sand. Oh!
Stream?
Oh, whew.
We're back.
Oh man, don't give me a heart attack like that. Artuosa might have been like, hey yo, for a second there. Oh, whew.
Invisible sniper, how's he gonna kill that? Oh,
yeah, he's got the reveal thing, yeah.
Just at the very edge of that, I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah,
It's been a while since you've seen those raids. I mean, yeah, it's been a while since you see the revealers. It's
Yeah.
they only otherwise show up in chapter 2, so.
Okay, so we've got some questions from chat about what Kaisei might be doing here. So I had this explained to me by another caster earlier in the tournament. The decision here is that you lock yourself out of one of the floor 6 endings, but in exchange you take an early combat which guarantees level up and a voucher, and you don't... Kaisei? Kaisei?
Oh.
God, you can't keep doing that to us, man! Anyways. So yeah, you do lock yourself out of that, but, you can, just avoid taking the Dimensional Fluid. So if you take it, you're locked into Ending 4, but if you don't take it, you're locked into Ending 3. So I think that's what Kaisei's gonna be doing here.
So he is going for ending 2
Yep.
and 3
And
early,
that's the Dagon.
right?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a 2 and 3. Oh, the Earth. And yes, as you can see, we are leaving that Dimensional Fluid behind. So that means he can no longer take Ending 4, but we are still eligible for Ending 3, and this is a Dominion boss key. So, Kaisei, not even hesitating, he's just going straight on ahead. Now, if he takes a step in this boss key, he can no longer reset, but I don't think he cares. This is a very solid early game comp, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair high roll in not necessarily super high roll, but not worth resetting over, because you do risk getting something worse than this, obviously.
Yeah, and
Just
obviously
getting these emergency boss keys.
he is locked out
be able
of
to
the
pick up these artifacts. Sorry.
He is locked out of the triple ending, but like I don't think it matters. Look at this is a very ideal squad going in into the early game. I mean, you've got most of your core ground units. You've already picked up the KO Bay, and no, the Dagon's not E2, but there is a scout node coming up, so that's definitely going to be a guaranteed E2 going into floor 3. So yeah, I think Kaisei is very comfy here.
And I think going for what's it called? Going for the non-triple ending here is probably the safer choice if you want a consistent run after seeing Artuosa's very interesting start without the sustain you need for the full clear. You want to go for something safe, something that works even if you don't get so unlucky. And we've seen plenty of runs not do triple ending. We've seen multiple runs. A majority of the people in playoffs did not do triple ending and still ended up with extremely high scores. You just kind of want to hope that you get one of Hollow Visage or Sentinel, and you should be solid. We can probably even see a very close battle here.
So, remind me, do you have to end on a victory screen to get the bonus points, or what's the condition for getting the bonus points of an ending?
You have to win. I mean, you have to win. You have to beat the boss. You have to. You have to beat the boss stage, I think.
Okay. Because I was going to say, hypothetically speaking, what would happen if Kaisei got Sentinel, beat it, but crashed out on floor 4 without a victory screen?
I mean, we have seen runs. What's it called? You go in Sentinel, you beat Sentinel. We've had an incident already where you lose the mobs afterwards. It just doesn't count, and your score is a little bit sad.
So you do have to get out of the boss stage for it to count. Okay.
Yeah. I want to make sure your run is as solid as possible.
Alright.
You can see the score building up on the right, though.
Yeah. We're already at 223. Okay. Path with
This stage is one of my favorites. It's so free.
It is. It
I love
really
free.
is. You love free, like Dusk's little mascot?
I love free stuff, but free is also pretty cool.
You made a song with that guy once.
Indeed.
Alright.
No,
well,
I was like, I'm just looking for any possible threat, but no, this is just...
Like, the stun
absolutely
snipers theoretically are, like, the only problem anyone might encounter with this stage, but Kaisei is spoiled for choice in terms of bait units. So yeah, 2 ranged units, increased attack because of the boss key condition. I don't see a problem here.
I think it's just the raw power of the E2A1, and neither the spearmen nor the agents can do absolutely anything. The thing about the stun snipers, they don't actually do any damage. I mean, a little bit of damage.
They just take your blockers out. Alright, let's see what we get out of this one.
Still no level up.
Ooh, hello, Index. And is that a... No, that's a water. Okay, and there's the E2 Degenbracker. I think Kaisei is very happy right now. And there's the root we've picked, as we've been seeing throughout this tournament.
Very clean. Contemplating on the surprise very early. Would you rather see some players go for the bonus points of not using the surprise in the hunt?
I don't know. Honestly, I could see it going either way. Personally, as a Bird Knights player, a lot of the ramp that Birds gets is from shops, so I'm always partial to a nice shopping spree. But in this tournament format where you are limited on your withdraws, I can see why people wouldn't cast Surprise, and I can see why they would choose to cast Hunt just for that ramp, because again, the EXP and the relics cannot be understated. Or overstated? English is a weird language.
It is indeed. We've seen some decent point gaps, such as Polymer's 3000 score only being possible with not using the hunt. But
be really unlucky.
Just opting, I feel like it is the name of the game for Kaisei right now. Continuing to play that safe, calm, collected. Not taking any sort of risk with the point greed.
And I think Kaisei may choose to just keep that that surprise or that hunt in reserve, because do remember, he is locked out of the triple ending, so maybe if he does feel like he needs the multipliers, he can just make that call towards the end of his run.
Yeah, indeed a useful tool in case you're desperate or you think you absolutely need that extra scaling power to win. Perhaps if you see a sentinel, it could be worth... It would most definitely be worth mitigating if you would otherwise lose.
Right.
Still no close fights yet. Just careful.
And we got another caster voucher. No instant E2 on a... Okay, and we're picking... Was that lava?
Yeah.
It is a
Cute
lava.
lava skin.
Oh, we're going up. Okay.
Who needs index anyways?
I would consider this, like, a solid use of index, if only because when you take that root wave, you're essentially locked into going to the bottom path on floor 3. The only real variance you can get is, like, going from the middle down to the bottom with an index. So if you know that you've got a set path coming up, I honestly don't see anything wrong in just using the index to gain a little ramp before going in, because you are going to have a floor 3 emergency, and if it turns out to be Shady Frozen Sea, that might get ugly. So this is Payback. This is the stage that got added to floor 2 with the IS4 expansion, and I've heard a lot of people complain about this stage because of those artillery. Any thoughts on that, Iron or Johnny?
I have not played the DLC, so this is all new to me. It looks a little bit interesting, but the enemies don't look particularly strong. They're like your basic Chapter 11 enemies that, besides the artillery, which could get annoying for players with low sustained squads.
It is annoying. That the artillery is the annoyance, yeah.
Well, yeah, and even just an Onsel's a medic here. Good enough. Ayla skill 3. absolutely shredding the artillery. No problems at all.
I think this stage is pretty hard for those people who don't have operator that got emote, that got promote. Yeah.
Yeah, Birds often goes into this with a lot of E1s, so
Another hope artifact, up to 12 now in this economy. Shield's a little bit crop weird, but it is the Ascalon pick.
Interesting. Oh, and it's Silver Forks, plus 25% attack to ranged units. Ella and Kayobe have got to be loving that. Okay, here's floor 3. Yep, and as you can see, not a lot of good chances for verticality, but... I'm sorry, what was that? Was that default Demon's Blade, or did I just blink? Hold on a second, I can just go look on YouTube.
Oh, you can confirm with it.
Oh no, it's New Tribe.
Oh.
New Tribe, pretty free. Alright, but yeah, I don't like this floor 3 routing. Two encounters on the bottom, one combat if he goes from middle down to bottom, and then into that emergency. Not the greatest, in my opinion.
No, you do want more good fights. Here.
Now, Lazy Couch is saying good chance Boss Key shows up on the second row. But if it's somewhere that Kaisei can't access without jeopardizing going on that bottom path, it might be something that Kaisei has to give up on.
And you are just kind of praying here, right? These stages aren't hard at all. You just want the right nodes to show up at the right times now.
Yeah, I think the routing, of all things, is Kaisei's biggest enemy right now.
Yeah, had a good floor too, but slightly bad node luck this run. Such is the nature of roguelikes, though. The adaptability is one of the key features.
I'm not gonna lie, the Collapse Champions have really cute looking tails.
They look like with wizard tails. It's interesting.
They do, but like they have antlers. So, not sure what's going on there. Wait a second. I think we have a guest.
I think we got any more.
Oh, we do. After this Demolisher and Champion die, Kale be putting in the work. Let's see what it is.
And it's a large bear. Yeah, I don't see this.
That's about to get completely bursted down by Dagon.
Yep. Gopnik, your days are numbered.
Stands still a little bit, contemplates his choices, decides to walk into it anyway, and we will see you later, bud.
Oh,
doesn't
7.
one cycle, but
close enough.
Yeah. 07, maybe we'll see you back.
Hey, Iron, you got a fan in the chat. So we've got a question in the chat. What is the significance of an animal friend ingot or relics? Iron, please tell me you studied this part of the IS handbook.
It's just a free relic when you kill them. We love free stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, they're optional. Don't cost a leak, and we love free stuff. It is a shop and not an encounter in the bot side.
I think we might
proc that surprise now.
We might be using Earth Satisfy?
Oh?
Oh no, we're using Originium Nest to gain life points.
Could be useful. We're up to that 10 HP mark now, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, just to clarify too, the presence of an animal means that if you kill it, you get a relic, and if you don't kill it, nothing happens. But they don't cost life points. But if you do have a effect on enemy entering blue box relic, it will trigger that. So just random fun things.
chooses the Ascon.
Ooh,
Scout
okay.
and Spinach are available, but everything's expensive.
So, if this were me, I would be buying that music anthology in the hope that the collapse reduction gets rid of the shop condition. Yep, there it is, and now everything's normal again. Nice play, Kaisei.
Wow. Good plays. It is wonderful to see. And now you can offer a 12 cost and an 8 cost. Or you can choose to save 12 cost and get both the vouchers maybe. You have a lot of options. You have 12 hope. Does end up opting for the medic
voucher, and that's the Nightingale pickup.
Sanctuary very important if you do decide to fight Chryson later.
And not the greatest reroll, and everything is a bit expensive. We did get the workshop table for +2 index and +2 collapse, which does make everything more expensive again. But you know what? I think that's worth it for the index, especially going into floor 4.
Yeah, most definitely. He's forced to path bot here, right? Can't even try and take the Bosky.
Yeah, if he wants to get ending 3, he does have to go bottom. And given that he's already locked out of ending 4, yeah, no, you're going for ending 3.
And here is your 4-3 emergency. It is
Crafty
not Shady Frodency. So wait, is this is still a bonus stage, right? You get that +20 from the 4-3 group.
Is it?
I think this is the, in addition to Shady Frodency, this is the other one where you can get that +20 points. Turns out the brightness of his screen. I want to see a little better in his room.
Actually, it's a known thing that the higher your brightness is, the faster KO Bay throws. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, it's completely understandable. I mean, sun's rising outside here. Slowly turning up the brightness of my monitor.
Oh, still dark. It's not going to be sunrise for another, maybe, half hour, 45 minutes for me.
Time zones are a wonderful thing. I mean, horrible thing. I mean, what?
I'm just higher up in the, Quick, what's the horizontal things? Longitude? Latitude? Latitude?
I think it's longitude. I'm
higher up on the sphere!
Indeed.
Alright, and here come all the enemies, and... Zagenbrecker.
I think you're higher than me on both aspects of the sphere, but...
Huh?
That is just a clean run. +20 points. Huge pickup. We got a Kaisei fan in the chat. E2 Inez. Pretty good vendor ticket pickup. Finds the prophecy. Looks for the ending 3.
And we've got an emotional entity pickup. Not the worst.
These debuffs are stacking like crazy though. Ascon still down and out in that scout node. They'll wait for after this boss fight. 4-3 going in. You want to be as clean as possible here. This shouldn't be a huge challenge, but we have seen some 4-3 blunders that you absolutely do not want to see. 12 HP, you want to start stacking those lives.
Yeah,
but this snow freeze shouldn't be much of a problem, right?
Yeah, it's a new tribe. I mean, I think... I don't know. Does anyone in the chat think this isn't the easiest boss? Because the boss, like... I don't know.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the most that it does is increase the attack speed of the enemies, which is the lightsaber guys, and like I think those are really the only threat, unless you don't have the healing to counter the boss chaining arts damage through your team. But at that point, I'd be more concerned about your team comp than the fact that you're losing to New Tribe.
Yeah, the only thing you really need here is sustain, because the enemies don't really pose a much of a threat. They're mostly melee for the part, and not only has Kaisei here got plenty of crowd control. It's just the raw damage from an Inez Ewa, Dragonbreaker, and a KO beat. Just complete shred. There's no need to worry about it all. And only 6 enemies left.
Yeah, I do not
No
see
threat
this
of losing
being a
the stage.
problem.
Yeah. Yeah. One hit on Ewa chunk half her HP though. got funny for a little bit. Got funny for half a second there, but
and
should be just completely free.
Doesn't even need the Dragonbreaker, just Ines all the way home. And
saving it for the Snow Priest.
Dragonbreaker.
Clean. Very, very clean.
And we're on to floor 4.
I'd say both players have high rolled in some aspects.
Ooh. Okay. Yes, Sui's Wrath or plus 12 initial SP. I think that one's a pretty obvious choice.
Plus 18.
Oh, 18.
That's actually huge. That's actually huge.
Yeah.
Is it the other one that gives plus 12? There's 6, 12, and 18, right?
6, 12, and 18.
So the strongest one possible dropping from the 4-3 boss, as expected, but that's gonna be pretty huge. E2 Shu. The sustain fully realized. We still haven't seen anything to prepare for ending 2, right?
Not necessarily. Oh, look, a bottom boss key. And a lot of excellent verticality here.
Yeah. A lot of good options, but not much index. Actually, there's a lot of index to work with. What am I saying?
For index, he's got really good vision. I think this, we're seeing the benefit of picking up that maintenance table on the floor 3 shop. Now I've got vision, and we've got the chance to take that verticality. Suddenly,
this becomes extremely huge. The Ascalon returning, and now E2, not S3 M3 actually, but. Just a random thought.
It looks like you.
The verticality. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
I think he's going to start from the top, right?
Yeah. So I was gonna mention that the verticality offers just so many nodes, and you can go from the top for the combat and then take out as many fights as you want. There's also a scout node in the way. Get some free E2s from that.
That could
just
be the
so
E2
many
shoe,
nodes that you can enter here. Yeah,
could be the E2
yes,
shoe.
The E2 shoe.
The E2 Nightingale. Oh, is that E2?
That is E2. I think he just E2'd it off the boss fight. So E2 Nightingale possibly on the cards, or maybe a 6-star that he can pick up off this fight. And of just course, so many nodes to traverse in one floor that if you're in the right spot, you can get a very high roll here. And put Artuosa under some massive pressure.
Johnny, were you saying something earlier?
I was just commenting about the pathing he takes on the 4th floor. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a question in the chat. Has anyone gotten one of these super rare collapsal paradigms yet in this tourney? I got one while watching one of the runs. Haha. I'm kidding. But, well, I'm not kidding, I did get it. But, I think it'd be very rare to see it happen in the tournament. I think it's, below 1 in 1,000 chance to occur, so, personally speaking, I think that you should get bonus points if you get one of them just because of how rare it is. But also, I would really love to see someone attempt Cessity Hall of Visage, or Cessity, ending 4, just to be a little sadistic.
Yeah, it'd be a miracle if we saw it, but it would be interesting if we did, just the extra points if it is actually something terrible. Finds another defender ticket. I can't imagine any other defenders being useful after you've picked up the shoe. Does off just for a cardigan, an extra 3 blocker. And can take what basically looks like just a triple vertical.
Yeah, and if he does end up having any remaining index after that, he could go right out of the boss key and up again into another emergency just to ramp even more. But I do think Kaisei's going to want to keep some index in his pocket going into floor 5, because do remember on D15, you do lose 1 index moving from floor 4 into floor 5. So I don't think floor 5 is something you want to necessarily.
I mean, if you're already at 1, you can't go down to 0, right?
So no, you can! You can!
You can? You can?
Yeah! Yeah!
What does 0 do? Wait, what does 0 do?
You can't see shit! You don't see anything until you enter. It's terrible.
You can't go from 0 to -1 though, right?
No, you can't go from 0 to -1, but then you still can't see shit.
That's what I meant. You can if you spend it all, there's nothing to lose.
But then you can't see. I think you're underestimating how bad not being able to see on floor 5 is, Iron. Like, what if you bumble head
blind
first?
In real life, it doesn't matter. Nah, but okay, yeah, the vision is definitely important. You are right.
Yeah,
it's just from my perspective, I was thinking that there's like a cost to these things, right? If you can somehow mitigate that cost, it does. There is also an additional cost of mitigating it, I suppose. Instead of not losing 1, you are just blind.
There is one case in which I can see you going down to 0 to floor 5, and that is if you have convergence collapse. -2 HP every time you lose 1 index, and you also like got a scout, so then you just lose 0 HP but get the scout back, so you have vision, but like the actual use case of that is very low. So we've got a question in chat. What does cecity or image corruption do? On level 2, cecity means that you can't see your own life points, or the enemy's HP or your own HP, and also the enemies have an increased 10% HP. On level 2, image corruption means that you can't see your operators, they just become blacked out silhouettes, and they gain, I think, 1 or 2 increased DP cost. It's mostly a meme, image corruption, but cecity can have really nasty effects on gameplay if you have to do HP monitoring, which a lot of the bosses force you to do.
I think we have seen it in a run here, right?
I don't think so.
I don't know if Touch can confirm. I vaguely remember seeing a run with some blacked out operators, but might not have been here.
I don't think it was in this tournament. I think we would have memed on it a little harder if we did, but maybe I did miss quite a few matches, so maybe. No, it's really sad about the rare collapses, Iron.
Yeah.
Burn Knights took ending 1, ending 2, ending 3, ending 3 alt, and ending 4 alt before we got cecity.
Unfortunate. E0 gave up on this IS. We only grind 3 and 5, so...
Understandable. This IS is nasty. Alright, and Degan with the skill. Goodbye, Candlecaster.
Ayla just completely demolishing that Ice Cleaver that has like 1,000 base defense.
And now that the caster's dead and the ice slugs are dead, the rest of this map is just free real estate, right?
No threat at all.
You're saying this, but like, this is the worst floor 4 map for birds just because those ice spiders make our day really nasty. But nope, no problem for full roster. Very clean wipe by Degan. The plus 18 SP relic really coming in clutch there. And
makes the heli drop potential much stronger just because you have that Degan and that Ella. You have it's great for like panic situations where if things go wrong, it plus 18 initial SP just makes it much easier to fix, get it back in control. Another defender ticket. We already see that he has no use for defenders, so.
And I think Kaisei hasn't run into the boss key relic encounter yet. Ooh, look, another
combat boss key.
Yeah, great chance for index gain. What's up, Johnny?
I just said that it was combat boss key again. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaisei really rolling lucky with the combat boss keys here. But I was going to say that if Kaisei managed to get the boss key specific encounter and picked Clairvoyance Reveal, he could do that funny thing that I mentioned in another stream, where you essentially high roll Clairvoyance Reveal Degenbreaker and then use the instant SP to hella drop her and chase Sentinel around the map. If you're that desperate or sadistic or masochistic. I don't know what it would be. Probably some combination of the 2 or 3.
He is thinking if the next node is going to be an emergency or not. Just
I mean,
lie
you are
on.
looking out for one of the 2 special emergencies on 4 first, though, right? To get that extra 10 points. This isn't one of them, but right now just scaling, continuing to scale with these fights.
Ooh, restricted zone. Emergency restricted or regular restricted?
Should be emergency.
Also,
black tiles. Even Dagon's on one herself. Doesn't affect the skill 3 though, so shrugs it off. Ines being without range, the artillery drone.
Yep. Very... So this is a Dominion boss key, right? So units have increased attack, but Dominion tiles will spawn. But honestly, I think that, yeah, really lucky with where the Dominion tiles landed, in my opinion. Most of the high ground unobscured, so not going to be much of a problem there.
Yeah, it's completely chill, and even though Dagon has suffering from the Dominion tile, her skill isn't affected by it. Just 1v1's a little reveal guy.
Yep.
The stage is absolutely no problem.
Hey, you gonna heal that Dagon?
I don't think it's really a concern.
And
maybe it is now.
Is that an emotional root weave enemy? Yes, it is. Emotional drone. Give it up for the emotional drone.
Double HP, but will just die all the same, yeah. Look at KOB do work.
Yep, Kaobe really showing her worth here. Kaobe's talent lets her do what? 40% additional arts damage scaling off of the enemy's defense stat. So in a mode like IS where the enemy stats really start ramping up in the higher floors, Kaobe can be very useful just for that talent. And we've got another polar bear.
He is back! Back for more, and just to be killed again.
You may think that the average Archives player is a masochist, but I think Gopnik is the largest masochist of all we've seen today in this tournament.
Yeah, both players so far having encountered him.
Yep.
Just complete demolishing, not even gonna use the Dagon. Okay, he's gonna use the Dagon at the very end, but KOB.
Yeah.
07 again, brother. Maybe it's the last time we'll see you.
No, he's... You know what? I'm calling it now. Envoy of Justice, floor 5. Someone's gonna get it. Gopnik's gonna be back for the grudge match. Ooh, now that's very convenient. Wait, no, we're already in the boss key. I take that back. That is so inconvenient.
Medic ticket. There's the rest of the sustain. Could take the Warframe, but no, chooses to save the hope.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of an interesting decision considering he levels up from this next fight anyway to level 9, but maybe there's some power pixie he's still waiting on.
What was that, Johnny?
He is winning. He just get the double emergency on combat boss key.
He did get the double emergency, but this is a Dominion boss key, and it wasn't one of the special stages that has an extra point bounty. Oh, and we're seeing the porcupine tech, where you use deploying on top of units to face the porcupines in the direction you want. So right now he's got both of their weak points facing towards Degenbreaker, and they're dead. And they also get pulled.
They actually lived for quite a while.
Yeah.
Each floor's tankiness scaling, continuing to ramp up.
Comment in the chat from Couch, honestly, not using Hunt might give more points at this end. And honestly, I agree, just because of the sheer amount of, like, combat boss
He's already
keys.
used Hunt though, right?
Has he? I don't think he has.
I think he popped both Hunt and Surprise way earlier.
He hasn't used Surprise, has he? To artificially create a shop?
I'm going to have to check the VOD, but I swear I'm not guessing myself.
I don't think he did. I thought the shops were all natural, but I could be wrong. I don't know if he's popped either yet in this tournament.
He's definitely... I remember he popped Hunt on, like... Was it floor 2?
I didn't think he did, but I could be misremembering. Early
Well,
floors
the
kind of
power
all
of
blur
VOD,
together.
I can say he popped... I can say that he popped Hunt. Yeah, he popped both Hunt and Surprise around 21 minutes ago.
Oh.
On that second floor to find that shop where he picked up that extra index you mentioned a bit earlier, which has carried him much further in the run than he otherwise would have, I think.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go check the VOD. You said 21 minutes ago?
Around 20 to 21 minutes ago, he used both Hunt followed by Surprise immediately to pick up both, I think, a medic ticket and the index.
On floor 3, right?
Oh yeah, maybe 3.
No,
I can't tell from the stages.
That's a natural shop.
But he did use Surprise.
No, Surprise is artificially create a shop.
Oh.
That's Satisfy.
Oh, my bad. He did use Hunt.
Where was the Hunt? Wait a second. I missed Kaisei picking up End of Times.
I mean, what would you really use End of Times here? You want as much HP going into Croissant as possible, I feel. It is a lifeline for sure, but not one that you would want to use on D15, I imagine.
No, I mean, on D15, yes. On D15 in a tournament, less so, but no, I was just surprised that I missed that.
It's like you thought it was pretty irrelevant.
Alright, well, we do have company entanglement, but it's not the emergency, so no bonus points here.
Did he ever use Hunt in this run?
I don't know. I mean, I can just go and check the VOD for when he pulled Artuosa. You know what? You guys commentate this. I'll go scrub the VOD.
Alrighty. This is just this normal company entanglement. Complete spawn camp with the Aska on the Dagon and the Inez. Absolutely no room for these enemies to get anything across. Just makes sense, honestly. What were you saying?
I wonder if he get another animal on this stage.
41 enemies. Could be. Another animal would be an extra stroke of luck. But yeah, these enemies are just no problem. Even though they're starting to get surprisingly tanky, the operators just do so much damage. And none of the minion tiles have spawned in two important places. Just that one central tile there. You can't deploy Asko on there, but it shouldn't be an issue. Nightingale gets stunned. Nothing happens. Will we see an animal? There is this one last Junkman.
Oh.
Duck Lord!
Yeah,
Ayla Mine. Dagon. Another dead one. Third dead animal doesn't run.
I don't think Kaisei has used Surprise or Hunt.
Wow.
Might have been interesting. Another duck friend. I might be misreading the icons a little bit. Haven't used enough folds lately. Looking at the potential Dorothy pickup, it is free too.
I don't think Kaisei would pick Dorothy though, because he
has 19 hope though. You have a lot to, but does end up going for the auto.
And we've got an
has
emergency.
the option to take another emergency here.
I think that's emergency big migration. No wait.
Does he still have the path bot here though?
No, he doesn't. The only difference is
he can just move up. He does have 4 index. Still enough for vision.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Well, actually, no. No, actually, no. He got his scout person back. Never mind. Yeah, looks like he is going up. I was going to say, it does matter if you go from 4 to 3 because you do lose 1 advanced node of vision. But he is going to be going down, moving into floor 5 anyway. So yeah, there is no world in which you're punished for taking this fight. So emergency big migration, and we're seeing the porcupine tech again. Very nice. And Dagenbreaker time.
Very simple repeat of a stage we already saw. Shouldn't be much of an issue. A little bit different spawning of Dominion tiles. Dominion tile where Ascon was earlier. Yato going to be used to just completely crowd the chest. The skill 2 not dealing as much damage as I would have expected. Maybe even the skill 1 would have been decent there, but he should be able to clear all this just the same.
Well, do remember that
deployment of Yato.
Do remember that the last time we saw this stage, it was in a Dominion attack up boss key, so that may have inclined your expectations. Also, that chest has 100% more HP, so like, you know, it's a tanky chest. Playing hard to get, that's why it's blushing.
Just a little bit harder to open, right? But one more deployment of Yato should mark it. 2 chests this stage.
Free real estate.
You never deny extra ingots.
Mm-hmm. Especially again in a tournament format where your ingot withdrawal usage is highly limited.
I mean, withdrawals are broken, right?
You say this, but they are capped at 12. Well, actually, for this tournament, they're capped at 8, but they're capped at 12 generally, and that's like, what, minus
I mean,
70?
12 is already a pretty strong boost. You can pick up...
That's fair, but you can't buy Ring of Thorns from 0 ingots, and I find that insulting. I am not biased. I'm kidding. Alright.
It is a good point, though. Only being able to withdraw 8, because the shop does mark its breakpoints at that every 4 ingots. So instead of 12, fair balancing act. And messages from chat. Emotional chests.
So I do want to point out, Kaisei has reached level 10, which means that he is not going to get any natural hope gain any longer. It's going to have to come from encounters, relics, or just like anything like that. He does have some hopeful dart tools, I believe, or maybe he doesn't, I don't know. But he is going to pick a 0-star sniper, or sorry, a 1-star sniper there, just to keep that hope in hand. What were you saying, Johnny?
What was the question again?
Oh no, sorry, I saw your mic lighting up, so I thought you were trying to comment. So we've got Minoan Ode, which only procs on emergencies, and the Arts Instrument, which is plus 20% arts damage. But it looks like we're moving to an intermission right now instead.
Maybe a small break as both players have reached that 4-5 mark. Going into 4-5, Kaisei continuing this run. 27 hope. What operators would you like to see? That's like enough for 2 6-stars and a little bit more for E2.
Yeah, and just to you know, E2 some units if they haven't been already, but it looks like we'll be back in about 6 minutes. I highly advise everyone to, you know, use the restroom, take a stretch, grab some food if you want. I personally am going to be going to warm up my risotto because I'm hungry. I'll be right back.
We'll see you guys shortly.
We will be right back in 5 seconds. Right.
Welcome back to this stream.
Oh, hey, looks like I just got back in time. I've got my breakfast.
Same.
Well, Johnny, you might have to.
You all enjoyed it.
Johnny, you might have to carry for us. I think Iron and I are gonna be stuffing our faces a little.
I'm almost done. It's gonna be fine.
I will be slightly occupied for the next 10 minutes. Only slightly.
Yep.
Alright, so who are we back with? We're back with Kaisei still, right?
Yeah, we should be continuing Kaisei's run.
Alright, well, I look forward to seeing what that floor 5 looks like, because Kaisei's packing a pack squad, spoiled for choice on full Dartles, but it's time to see what our bosses are going to be, and whether or not we're going to be taking more boss keys.
Yeah, still looking for those.
Doing great. Artuosa just got high roll and Kaisei just got a lot of emergency save. I hope they don't get exploded on boss or anything like that. Yeah.
Good point, Johnny. I also hope we see a close game because, as you mentioned, both players have gotten arguably pretty good high rolls in different aspects of their run. We've seen both quarterfinal games have a player kind of crash out early. In a couple of very dangerous losses versus Croissant, and both players look fairly well equipped to beat it, but we'll have to see how this 4-5 goes, because you want to get out of 4-5 as clean as possible, just to have the best chances going to 4-6. Hello? Overlay? Hello? There we go.
Alright, looks like we're back. So, before we went to intermission, I was commenting that Minoan Ode, the top relic, only really procs with emergencies, which you're going to get, like, what, maybe 4 on a good day before you hit Cresson? Whereas the instrument on the bottom is plus 20% arts damage, which could be helpful for a KO bay, but I don't really know. Personally, I would go with the bottom, but not ideal relics going into floor 5.
Both pretty mediocre choices. I think I'd also prefer just the raw damage amp here, because you have already opted into using so much arts damage, but does take it. Yeah, don't want to gamble on the emergencies for the top side.
Alright, here we are. Okay, solid pathing. Not the best, but not entirely terrible. There is a chance to get 4 combats, and that looks like a standard Ice Cold image.
A double emotion entity. And a double domination too.
Yeah, that terrifying entity might be a pain to contend with, but we'll see how Kaisei plays this. I'm not sure if you guys noticed on the last floor, but Kaisei did pick up 2 very good relics to have. Those being the -3 collapse on entering a boss key and +2 shield when entering a Lost and Found or a boss key. But unfortunately, that's a little late in the run for them to be taking any major effect. And we're on Man-Made Carnival! Give it up for Man-Made Carnival! I hate this stage.
Oh no.
Yonto attacking nothing as an attempt to bait the artillery. Gonna keep it occupied for now as Ayla and Ines try their best to deal with the robots on the right. But the first guy is looking a little bit emotional, and it's actually really tanky.
He's rushing, bro. He's rushing.
Thankfully, the rest of them are... the other one so far is kind of normal, so we'll dice to the Ayla, skill 3, and the Fragile just fine.
Also, I did roll back the VOD. Never mind. It's Ice Cold Image. Let's go.
Still, Ice Cold Image still offers no points unless you have that True Star helm. So
True. And we don't.
It's gonna be a important point to contend if he wants those points, because a normal victory will not cut it.
Yeah, he is gonna need to route towards a lost and found. And he lost Kaobe. Oh, Middle's in trouble now.
Oh no.
Middle is in danger.
Not enough DP to get that cardigan down in time.
That...
I think he's messed up, you know. Like, he takes Ines on the dominant tie and couldn't get enough DP from it. I think he's messed up.
He might...
Yeah.
He's messed up, bro.
He might have
pretty clear misplay. He's gonna end up wanting to pay for that. The Inez on the Dominion tile, not able to produce enough DP, enough to get KOB down, but not enough to place her safeguard bait in time. The artillery drums strike, and that was a really good play. That was a really good spot, Johnny. Just gonna leak the robot. Gonna try and reset.
Yeah.
Still got 17 lives. We want to preserve as much of those as possible.
Well,
and try and look for another solution.
Here's the problem. Those artillery are going to be circling for quite some time, and more are just going to keep coming out. So I don't know if there's ever really going to be a safe window to put anyone down unless... Yeah, so here's the Fristen bait. What we may see as an Ella mine into an Insta Dagon activation, but if that doesn't work, then Kaisei's going to be in trouble.
Yeah. Thankfully, no emotional boys spawning. Besides the artillery in the middle, Ella probably going to be able to keep that right side safe for now. And I've just caster cursed them. Places the shoe down though, should be safe. But even with the shoe E2, taking a lot of damage. Still only 13 DP. KOB's about to come back up. Places Enos off the Dominion tile this time, but DP situation still isn't looking good if you're looking down to burst the artillery in the middle. Shoe still about to expire. Just Bates placing the Nightingale. But the artillery is coming and you don't got much to work with.
Well, the Nightingale will be helping here because the artillery is 9 hits, I believe, of 40% of the tank's attack as arts damage. So Nightingale mitigation doing some work here. But we are on floor 5. That's a lot of attack. Not sure if... Well,
this DP situation is looking worse and worse.
Yeah, does he have Barrow? There's an emotional robot, and we've got some trouble over there. There's one of those, like, little plus laser-shaped things coming. Oh, man. And we've got an Arts Barrage coming in on Nightingale. It's about to get really ugly over there. There's a Waker-Upper coming to Menace Inez as well. This is really, really dicey. Kaobe death really costing Kaisei right now.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at trying to minimize damage here. Has it on pause, has time to think, needs to stay calm and collected is the most important part here. Has the Dagon still available?
Mm-hmm.
An important remnant of the plus 18 initial SP can try and do some instant burst saving, but has to time it right. You have robots coming from the right, the Waker-Upper at the bottom, and has pretty good timing to try and burst down the artillery, but the Dagon skill will even be enough.
I don't know.
I think it's gonna be a kill. I think it's not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Artillery still lives.
Those blushing tanks are really, really costing Kaisei right now. The Waker-Upper just killed Inez. Inez is gonna be down for a bit, and the tanks continue to blush. That 10%.
Is it gonna kill him?
And Nightingale's down!
Ascalon poison? Mine goes through on the way forever, but the Ascalon poison expires just out of time. The artillery's continuing to batter down. Guaranteed to pass this stage, but with how many lives? 14 enemies, 15 lives. At
this point, we're just trying to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, you gotta stop these losses, man. It's gonna be hard. Yatu barely lives a hit.
Oh man.
Decides not to follow through.
The one upside is that we do have Ascalon working on the left side, doing that arts damage, slowing those enemies down. Very strong chance that we do get Degen in time back for another burst attempt to sort of stem the bleeding over there. But those tanks are going to be leaking soon as well now. And a lot of blushing in the center there. Really, really nasty RNG on the tank's part.
Trying to group them up with Inez for another burst cycle. Ascalon skill about to run out. Probably going to take care of a few robots, but the next ones are a little bit, as you said, are looking extremely dicey. Another skill usage from an artillery separates them once more, and they are not as grouped up as they look. You cannot place operators there. Fang placed down for instant DP regen as well as the bait. Has enough DP for both a Shu and a KOB. For two instant drops, KOB instantly placed, and then the Shu. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately pops the skill.
Degen is coming up.
Keeps it alive, and KOB with just the really hot knives, able to salvage most of this stage, even with 6 leaks. The fragile going to keep around, and the slow speed of the robots on the left side means Ascalon's skill is going to come back.
And
places Degen skill for first level BM, but I'm not sure you want to be BMing when you've lost 6 lives. This is going to be rough, but he makes it out, and that's what's important. And onward to the next stage we go.
Yep, we do live. We do stay above that 11 HP threshold. There is a chance to gain shields back. But unfortunately, that late Cardigan deploy really costing Kaisei. He is going to lose 1 life point off of his main HP pool. And he does find the boss key, so that is a chance to reduce his collapse, gain some shields. But overall, just a really, really unfortunate occurrence there. He's still in it, but it could have been cleaner.
It all starts from the misplay Johnny mentioned, right? Placing Inez on the Dominion tile, causing him to miscalculate how much DP he would have.
Yeah.
To be able to place both KOB and Cardigan. A massive, one simple deployment causing a massive minus.
We've got a tanky Bosky. This could get ugly. He did not lose any collapse or any paradigms entering this Bosky, it seems. So, unfortunately... Oh! He's casting... Is he casting Hunt? Does he want to do that?
Some of the chat is mentioning about the lost and found. Yeah, I wonder where that was.
Yeah, no lost and found. Looks like it'll just be Ice Cold Image here. Might try and look for that. He doesn't have the True Star helm, right? For the plus 150.
He does not.
He doesn't have it. This is what started off as a high roll. Suddenly, a couple of bad nodes and a misplay. Point potential falling every node you pass.
The right side of the main floor 5 is all combats. So if we don't see the lost and found, I'm not sure if Kaisei's gonna be getting it unless we get a doubt drop. So any Kaisei believers in chat, send him your energy. He's gonna need that doubtful Dartle to artificially create a lost and found.
Yeah. This team looks all set up for both Hollow Visage and Chris Sun as well. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting the boss names. I think we just call him Ike.
Yeah, Ike.
Just Ike.
I just call him I just call
like
them ending one,
the
ending two.
familiar. But we do look for it as Johnny pointed out. There is one encounter node before the prophecy for what possibly might be the last stand. As we look at point potential. If you're Artuosa, you're going to probably be looking at this and being very happy with the nodes. As if we recall, both players have kind of skimped out on their lost and found so far. Neither of them being able to find those procs. The stage looks like it won't be much of a problem. He's taking it slow, but the AoE mines and the KOB should be able to just clear it very cleanly. Targeting the Demolisher and the really hot knives, just instant death. Berserker's lined up for Degen Record, even though it is a tanky Bosky. I think that actually works to his advantage here.
I'm apologizing for the bad RNG on Man-Made Carnival. Not a lot of blushing enemies here. So that's to Kaisei's advantage. And looks like we're going to get a clean clear of confusing appearance in a tanky Bosky. Always admirable.
Unfair 1v1 with that champion right there, but we'll clear it just all the same.
And we've got 2 index. Very nice. The double index drop again. And we're definitely going to be picking up a Vanguard here, right, Kaisei? Okay, we got the Elysium. Very nice. And there's a shop up ahead. Hello.
Not lost and found, though.
No, you get the down out of the shop. Trust. Trust the process. I'm coping, by the way.
Yeah, that's some actual cope.
We've got Couch in the chat saying Sentinel is probably one of the few ways Kaisei gets some point economy back. Okay,
it is true.
Ooh!
Sentinel is a plus 150.
Torch Rockhorn! Say it ain't so! Oh, and he's getting Dorothy. And he can get the E2 Elysium with that Vanguard voucher. He did buy Torch. That's probably a no-brainer. He's got some really good choices for either shields or life points as well. He did decide to go for shields, and he did not decide to E2 Elysium, but he's keeping that hope save. No, Elysium is a pretty.
Would you need to E2 Elysium with plus 18 initial SP though?
I would, just in case you want to use his S2, but that's... Oh! And we've got Black Footprints, we've got a Floor 4 Emergency, it's E Company Entanglement! Does anyone hear the words? Bonus points!
After missing out on these lost and founds, you'll take any bonus points you can get here. Wouldn't really say huge pickup, but every point counts, brick by brick.
Ark, the reason I'm not too excited about Elysium is because, like, he's a pretty standard pick. Like, the only real differential between him, Myrtle, and Psylocke is if you want to use Psylocke, then you use her for her other skills. Otherwise, her S1 does the exact same thing as Elysium S1, and Myrtle has a faster S1 initial cast, but Elysium and Psylocke produce more DP over time, which is kind of mitigated by the initial SP relic. So Elysium and Psylocke just have that advantage, and then Elysium is slightly more hope efficient there. So honestly, if I wanted to see really innovative bird picks, Elysium is not the one I'd be excited about. It's pretty standard in my opinion.
Still waiting on that Fia meta, I see.
I know, right? Listen, I will immediately shift my allegiance to whoever runs Pulfia or Bloodbath Bybeak. Like, I don't even care if they're not from the EN server. If you want my favor, there's your quest.
Hoping somebody out there is listening, but you're right that the Elysium with that 18 initial SP did end up proving, just being able to pop that skill on Heli Drop, I feel like it's much more reliable than the Inez after the incident from the earlier stage. Is this still technically 4-5, so enemies have the 4-5 ranked up stats?
Yes. This is floor 5, so they do have floor 5 stats being affected by the boss key condition.
Yeah, some really tanky enemies.
Lazy Couch is asking, how about Gnosis? Surely Artuosa picks it. Listen, I personally think Gnosis is a little standard, but like less standard than Elysium. I'll take it, especially if we see someone doing Gnosis S2 Gnosis S2 stoinks. I will never be mad at that. So, you know, I won't switch my favor, but you'll get brownie points.
Sustain game looking a little bit dicey as just even one hit, forcing out both the Shu and the Nightingale still, making Kaisei perhaps a little bit nervous, bringing them down to almost an instant kill. But the damage is just enough. Nobody's gonna die in the end. And plus 10 points. King's Route for good measure, you know. Sniper, caster, medic, supporter. Does finally pick up that Sculptor that we haven't seen for so long. Returns to 4-5. One more encounter.
Lost and found! Lost and found sighted! But it's not in time for Scarvoid!
Yeah. That's rough.
His only hope is he route up into the shop, get Doubt cast. Wait, no, that doesn't work because then he'd have to cast it. Wait.
Just a tad too late, huh?
Yeah. No, it's not possible anymore. So he's just gonna have to maximize his combat, maximize out on points. I have no idea. Oh, that's stay away from strangers. Do we have a point bonus for E stay away from strangers?
Let me check.
If I remember correctly, right? If you beat the ice cold state, but you don't have a treasure hem in you,
I don't think there is a special condition, yeah.
you don't get a bonus point, right?
You just get the normal emergency bonus of 30.
Alas. Well, points are points. We've got
This
chat
is a
saying...
terrifying looking stage.
We've got chat saying, trust that Kaisei takes the Lost and Found for an extra combat, which is probably... Yeah, if he can route up into that, that'd be nice. So, yeah,
Slow-mo Elysium.
Iron, you say that this stage looks terrifying. You want to know what I say?
Go ahead.
Put Fia meta where Sculptor is, facing right. Unga bunga. Drones? No. Goodbye. That's all you gotta say about that.
Yeah, it's just the trees usually have so much stats if you don't deal with them immediately. But just look at the raw damage. They don't have much defense early, but
you want to know?
Ayo, okay.
You want to know what the solution to that is? It starts with an F and ends with a meta.
Yeah.
There's an escaping drone and Dagenbrecker.
The good SP economy in this perspective of fighting is actually coming out so clutch. That plus 18 SP allows for so many sudden saves where otherwise you might need to wait for some prep. Don't really need to think ahead as much. Can focus on making other more confident decisions. Are there any real threats in this stage besides
if he leaves trees to the end? Technically there is the raptor drones that come out.
Faces Yato down. Thought he would maybe it wouldn't catch that small drone otherwise. A little bit of a late placement maybe.
Yeah, personally speaking, aside from the trees, the only real threat I see here is the raptor drone. There's one more towards the end of the map, and it's gonna just fly slowly around, but given that I think he's got the HP up relic, and he has some pretty fine ground units, like, I don't see that being a problem. Things would have to go horribly wrong for the raptor to start wiping out his front line, but his
I think this is
anti-air...
more of a test. I think this is more a test on the eyes than the actual than the actual enemies. Want to make
Yeah,
sure you
right?
don't
There's
catch
so
any of
much
the small
going
boys
on.
leaking.
Yeah, there's so much going on, and his anti-air situation a little bit tenuous. He does have Ella, he does have Inez, and he does have Ascalon down to afflict air enemies with her slow, because that totally makes sense.
Escalon's down. Unlucky.
Well, yeah, but okay, we got some trees coming. Ella's retreating because screw that.
Counterpoint is Dagenbrecker.
Dagenbrecker.
Yeah.
Well, true, but the trees would have had to route through Ella first, and so she would have died a horrible death. And here's that last raptor drone that I was telling you about, and it's doing absolutely no damage. Classic. Kobe taking care of it very nicely.
5 trees left.
Here come the trees!
Oh, they're angry. Their swords are glowing so brightly. That they all have that menacing aura, but
Man, don't you just hate it when your Christmas tree comes alive and tries to kill you?
no, actually so. Yeah. That's gotta suck, but even
Tegan
Dagenbrecker not
barely
necessarily doing
scratching.
enough.
But there's the Elamine, and there's the Tremble, and we're good. Very clean, plus 30 points, GG.
Yeah. Just need to maximize the points. See the score calculation on the right. It's still only 1,800 so far.
Ooh, more ranged attack. Never going to say no.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Let's find the E2 sculpture in time. No module. Where's that banned? Is it banned? I
It is
can't remember. It's banned.
Johnny's saying
Okay.
it's banned, yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is bad.
All right, and debating casting Hunt for the bonus. And he got rid of emotional or terrifying entity, whichever one it is. So that's nice. Looks like we're going to cast for some life point gain as well. So yeah, that's 3 combats, 2 of them being emergencies. With these full dartle casts. Yeah, I'd say Kaisei's in pretty decent position with this move. Lazy Couch in the chat saying, not gonna lie, I think Hunt is less points here, just because of the times like 1.03 modifier. Yeah. So these emergencies are really gonna have to be worth it in points in order to make up for the cast, but he is going to get relics here, and if he gets a really good relic, then I don't think any of us are going to be complaining. And it's Emergency March with some really nasty Dominion spread.
Wow, that's pretty unlucky.
Yeah, like, 2 of the high ground tiles Dominioned. Not the greatest in my opinion. Still playable, but it could have been better.
This Ascalon gonna need to kind of carry the AoE damage weight here. No choice but to deploy Nightingale on the what's it called? The Dominion tile. Cage goes down to bait the sniper. Yato will just be used to clean up there. Gonna need more permanent solution than the cage though. Vanguard skills are back up. Waits on the Elysium for some reason. Probably just assessing their damage capability here. The snipers are here for Degen. Yato should be back. Bottom lane is starting to be a threat. That hurts. That hurts a lot.
I have spilled my breakfast tea, so I will be right back.
I say, thinking. Sanctuary's still up, but not going to help against the physical damage of the golems. All their ground units, half HP. Has a Dagenbreaker skill, but none of the buffers to actually back that up. A lot of DP, a lot of room to suddenly heli drop, but needs to be careful. Drops the Sculptor, drops the Ella. Shu able to pop her skill instantly if need. But Nightingale heal coming out just in time, even with the attack speed debuff.
Those golems, once they start flying, might be a cause of concern. They do tend to hit pretty hard. Now, Degen obviously doing solid damage, but those golems are going to start attacking now, and okay. Ascalon saving the team's ass for the 50th time. Give it up for Ascalon. She can do anything.
Yeah. Said to be the carry for Inez. Got sniped. A little bit of misplay. But yeah, Ascalon said to be that carry of this ground unit there. One of the few tiles up front that have not been dominioned. Definitely pulling her weight. Unless the golems are coming in. Actually tanky boys. Shu being sufficient bait for the snipers is otherwise, even for these basic collapsal casters, not gonna be doing much. It's crazy how slowly that the golems move with the Ascalon poison. But Degen Wrecker possibly about to get rock smashed here.
So Ironcobra, it looks like Kaisei. It looks like Kaisei's got this relatively under control for being March of the Dead. That's going to be another 40 points for this special emergency. So, tell me, what's your familiarity level with Ice Cold Image and or Hollow Visage and or Sentinel?
No, I've studied the boss fights. It's, we've seen a lot of failures to it, so... Well, I haven't played much of the game mode, but... Samavillain, Ike... Mostly Croissant. Croissant's absolutely annoying to deal with. We'll see if he ends up getting whether he ends up getting Gardener or Sentinel, but yeah, maybe you can tell me a little bit more about the bosses.
Oh, I was going to say I was about to quiz you on the positions of Sentinel beyond the right side.
I'm aware. We've seen some runs very recently where it's important to actually burst down Croissant on the right side, where he has 3 different points he teleports to, I believe.
And all you being yank him back with Shu.
Yeah, we have seen the Samsara snapback pulled at least a few times, saving a few people's lives.
Well, hopefully we won't see any catastrophic Sentinel escapes, but hey, I'm just saying, people need to study the left side Sentinel placements, just in case of things like this. I am totally not speaking from experience. Bird Knights does not have this problem. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm totally coming, by the way.
I feel like everybody would have that problem. It's a little bit of...
Oh no, it's a joke.
Yeah, it would be a little bit disingenuous to assume that nobody has this problem. Even if at the highest level of these tournaments, we see people falling to Sentinel left and right.
We don't want a map designed to take you out. Like, that map hates you. The boss hates you. Ooh. The mobs hate you.
That's another good relic to pick up.
Minus 12% defense, really amping up that physical damage on this team, which is really crucial. Yeah, really crucial with the Degenbrecher Ella and arguably Ascalon. Alright, where's he going? He can go down for a combat and emergency, or he can go up for a combat and an emergency.
Either way, it's a combat and then an emergency, so...
Yeah.
Just kind of thinking which immediate combat he wants to take first. A little bit of a shame, because without the helm, Ice Cold Image offers no points compared to normal Samavillain. Surely you'll be able to deal with it just fine, right?
Confusing appearance. I mean, he already did this on a tanky Bosky, so yeah, I'd say this one's pretty firmly in the bag.
Yeah, it just depends on the next fight, and then coming down to the Ice Cold Image. Degenbrecher placed on Dominion tile, but that is the very familiar tile that we can see at the skill burst on. Being able to trap Berserkers on both the left and the top side. and the core setup placed down. It will no problem dealing with that bomb tail.
And look, another chest. You know, just for the ingots for floor 6. Stockpiling, as one does.
I mean, it's important to take the free stuff when you can, when you've already stumbled into a situation where you can't necessarily take the endings you might have originally planned for it for the most points.
Yeah.
It's gonna depend on the chance of getting Sentinel, and because you're locked out of ending 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're locked out of ending 4. You're only gonna be able to get just the bonus points from Gardener or Sentinel, because normally the ending 4 boss points don't really count for anything. The points that you get from Sands of Time is way less than you would get from Hollow Visage or Sentinel, or I mean Sammy's Entropy. Mm-hmm. So normally it doesn't count for points because your best 2 boss points are counted. But in a situation where you are taking that ending 1, you kind of really might want that ending 4 now.
Yeah.
Gonna be a little bit of regret. A lot of choices that haven't quite stacked up in time.
Yeah, so any Kaisei believers, you might want to donate your 35% chances, donate your Sentinels, because man needs it.
Gonna be a little bit hard to say. Full squad. Life points not necessary. Recovered a surprising amount of life points, actually, even after leaking 6. It's now on 25 HP.
That's the power of Concord. I think he cast to regain... I think gain 2 life points instantly, regain 4 when traversing nodes that are affected, and then he did pick up a +5 shield relic from the shop boss, or from the Bosky shop. So yeah, that was actually a really surprising health recovery after the initial man-made carnival, but you know what? Good for Kaisei.
Just running the stage again, this time. The Dominion. Fortunately not on the range tile. So probably just going to be a repeat. Not going to go too badly.
And you know what? I really have to comment on this. I really do love the stage background of Floor 5 of IS, like the clear tiles indicating the black ice, and then you can see the ring of the Stargate in the background, not yet active, and then when you go to Floor 6, it does activate. Personally, I think it's just a really nice touch of ambiance that we don't really get to stop and appreciate that much, but you know what? I like it.
Hypergriff's art team absolutely destroying the competition as usual. As we go through the stage, you've done it once, you can do it again. I think I trust in Kaisei for this one. Able to get down the line much quicker than last time, knowing exactly what to do. Important here. It was need to be slightly positioned different, not on that Dominion tile, but should make no difference.
I think this stage has extra animal.
Possibility of an extra animal, you say?
Yeah.
What is that? Our 4th one for Kaisei?
Yep, I think that's the 4th one. If
Gopnik shows up again, I swear to God.
I think Crying... See, I want to say Crying Thief would be funny, but there's an Inez on this team, so you know what? I'll put my money on Gopnik just for the funnies.
I mean, you need all the extra you can get right now. And, I mean, even even an extra artifact is points, right? Points are points. You want to get everything you can after missing out on a massive bonus. And I say that a lot, but I can't reiterate enough in a quarterfinal match. The amount of score you get here is final, and it determines how much pressure you put on Artuosa to finish their final run. What points you might have to aim for. And you want to set a high benchmark, get those nerves in, and looks like the stage is just going to be cleared just fine. So, as we march closer to Salmon Villain and possibly Croissant, steady goes it for Kaisei.
So, I'm gonna finish up my risotto, but before we get to the boss, so I can start doing my traditional rap god yapping, but how much do you know about Ice Cold Image and the fight that's coming up, Iron?
I just know the normal fight. I'm also ready to yap myself, so we'll see what we can do. As well as Kaisei, just that last enemy prepping for the animal. Let's see who it is. Ooh, quick kills. Dorothy set up. Ooh, you should have stuck with your original bet.
I mean, I should have, but Crying Thief is just so boring with Inez on the field. Like, oh no, the gimmick is negated. Like, what you gonna do about that?
Yeah. Up Dagon. Out of range. Another Inez deployment. Because the thing is, Crying Thief, he's so, he's so squishy, even on 4-5. Yeah, points is points. Gonna need everything to go in.
Alright, well, as we move into the final fight of floor 5, I want to ask the chat. Oh! Love and Sami! No! No! That would have guaranteed the ending 4 if it were eligible! But unfortunately, Kaisei can't use it! Oh, this is tragic.
Crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Alright, and he is going to be using the Sing Full Dartle plus 50% attack, plus 50 attack speed, and a drone on the field. Honestly, I think this is a wise choice for a number of reasons. Number one, it'll negate some of the effect of the Dominion on the field, essentially making it so that no tiles are bad tiles, which very needed in a positioning heavy fight like Ice Cold Image. But also, the faster that you kill the boss of Ice Cold Image, the happier you're gonna be. So, we're moving in, but chat, I do want to ask you, just name your favorite boss music from IS4, whether that's for Sami Villain, Ike, Cresson, or the Two Kings. Alright, so Iron, tell me what you know about this fight, and I'll take care of the rest.
I mean, you gotta do a lot to clear the ice there. So much original, and the Dominion tiles here too. It's just a lot of Swarm. And Ice Cold Image, obviously the enhanced version of the base one. It's like double the enemies, if I recall. And Sami
Double
Villain,
the enemies.
once they're standing there just menacingly, slowly going to be raining down on the operators as Kaisei tries to look for an initial strategy.
Alright, there's a lot going on in this fight, so I'll try and break it down for you. Phase 1 first. So, ice all over the map. There's less ice than there is in the original version of this map, but to counter that, the ice has 75,000 HP, so getting your positioning is going to be a big challenge. Second problem, you may have noticed those saxophonists from, I believe it's Zwillingsturm? Or maybe, no, it's
You're
the one
correct.
before that? No, it's not Zwillingsturm, it's Lingering Echoes, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got the Lingering Echoes saxophonists on the right side, and when they honk like that, they're...
Oh.
Yep, that is 4,500 physical damage. It is going to ruin almost anyone's day, and it means that only 2 rows are safe for initial deployment. The one at the very bottom, and the one above where Inez died. Now, I think what Kaisei may have been doing there is trying to deploy Inez and use the on-deployment invulnerability frames to evade that ball, but a unfortunate mistiming incident there. Inez is dead. Elysium could be placed above where she died, but that's when the boss is going to start hitting. The boss hits for about 2,200 physical damage without modifiers, and is going to be targeting 1 column in Phase 1, 2 columns in Phase 2. Now, where this differs from the original version of the boss is that the boss no longer has the immobilization, bind, arts damage over time attack where it immobilizes 1 or 2 enemies. However, the trade-off is that now a periodic cold is cast onto the stage every 5 or so seconds, I believe, which affects both your own units and the enemy. So if you have a relic that increases the duration of status effects, it does mean that you can freeze the map up and take off some of that burden. But it does mean you are also going to have to contend with cold when trying to inflict damage and heal your own units. So, yeah, this is a very dicey position just to open the map with. Now, let's talk about the mobs. There's going to be 20 enemies that you have to kill in the first part of Phase 1. There's going to be some ice spiders coming from bottom left. Some Chapter 6 winter, like, what's Frost Nova's special unit called again? Yeti Squad? Yeah. There's going to be some Yeti Squad guys up on top left. And then on the right side, there's going to be the Red Katana Ice Cleaver from the Yeti Squad, as well as some Ice Drones coming from the lower right. So, first 20 enemies are going to be that. Then when you take Sami Villain below 50%, that's when things get ugly. To start things off, a nice ring of 6 Frost Drones, 3 on each side, making a little halo above the mountain of Sami. Next up, more Yeti Squad on the top left. On the lower left, the Ice Spider Factory, where there's just going to be 1 spider and they're going to keep marching menacingly towards you. On the right side, more saxophonists and some red ice cleavers, as well as more ice drones, who are going to be trying to freeze you out so that the ice cleaver one-shots your ground units, and that's going to be a bad day. Generally speaking, one of the reasons I advocate for Gnosis S2 is because Gnosis S2 matches perfectly with the Saxophonist cooldown and can immobilize their honk so that you don't have to worry about positioning whatsoever. But given the lack of interrupting CC on this team, this may be a problem for Kaisei, as he's going to have to jostle for position and contend with 4,500 physical hits, and the boss is also trying to beat his ass in. So, hey!
Kaisei, perhaps doing a little bit of mental math there on whether Elysium gets one shot there. Debates for a bit, chooses to keep him there. Elysium barely lives, and so has the DP to set up the Shuren Degenbreaker. Wants to take out these saxophonists and the initial ice as quickly as possible. 1 Degenbreaker skill not going to cut it. They're not going to be dead just yet. The Ice Spider Factory is starting to get active, but Elysium kind of praying that he'll be able to get another skill off. Not sure what his plan exactly for being able to DPS Salmon Villain directly right now is. It's going to be a little bit hard, but these initial enemies, as you said, the stage ramps up, right? So right now, you want to get as much setup done as possible, and looks like he's actually doing pretty well to try and do exactly just that.
Yeah, Elysium did survive that initial hit from Semi-Villain. He does have the effect of Abyssal Weird Mask, which is lowering the boss's attack. And there is, I believe, a plus 20% HP to allied units relic in Kaisei's possession. So that's also doing some wonders to help Elysium survive that. But we've got a honk coming. Ascalon, 50%. The world needs you. Ascalon! And she's down!
Losing the RNG fight absolutely stings. Considered deploying the Yato at the last moment to try and tank it, but just did not see that attack coming. 3 important units. Well, the Yato comes back instantly, but 2 important units suddenly on a 40+ second cooldown. Ascalon originally taking advantage of the negative taunt to break the ice, but the saxophone is not dying from Degen's initial burst. Suddenly, we have a problem on our hands.
And Yato S3 may have actually hampered Kaisei's efforts there because she does have invulnerability frames while she's in her spin animation, and she was put down too late to intervene on Ascalon's behalf. So now Ascalon is dead. Elysium's barely alive. Shu can tank the Icefall for a little bit longer, but her skill's about to go down. Kaisei's going to have to make some very difficult decisions about who's going to be DP genning for him. Okay, so we've got Ines down with her invisibility. I'm going to be honest. I honestly think that committing to the right side was kind of a misplay. Generally, there's only 4 enemies that come on the right side. It's three saxophonists and 1 red Ice Cleaver. And it might have just been easier to leak that than to leak all these enemies coming through, unless Kaisei can get left side under control quickly. Now, Shu appears to be doing fine. Nightingale also being able to tank Semi-Villain for a little bit. But the Yeti squad is starting to leak. Alright, an Elamine and a Yato to clear them out. Very well recovered. We're still in it. Kaisei's still in it.
Perhaps a bit of a mathematical error to start the stage off, praying that Dagon might be able to clear up that top lane where the blue box is for the rest of the deployments. But unfortunately, that one skill not enough to burst it down, and we've seen already 2 units punished for it. Still able to make a recovery. We're still very early into the stage. Ascalon is already back, and Dagon is 20 seconds from respawning. Shu's skill is already back, but it's kind of hard to say. That was just straight up dead time lost. And Semi-Villain, he is, as one of these center boss stages, he is on a timer.
Yes.
Kaisei, you better get to work.
For those of you who don't know, if you do not kill Semi-Villain after 600 seconds on the map, the boss is going to explode, dealing arts, I think it's arts, a lot of damage to all units on the field, and taking 30 life points, which means, yeah, you're dying. Now, there are actually very consistent ways to tell about how deep you are into the stage, and seeing as all enemies of Phase 1 have been fielded, let's talk about that a little. So, I mentioned earlier that Phase 1 is only 20 enemies, and that's kind of convenient because the general strategy for ICI is once you've cleared out the first wave, you retreat almost everyone, and then you just set up for Phase 2, because Phase 2 is an entirely different beast than Phase 1, and you need very, very superior positioning for Phase 2. Now, the second thing I wanted to point out was that once those saxophonists go into the blue box, you're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the stage, so you have about 7.5 minutes left, and we can then keep track of things by timers. So when Dagon Breaker comes back, that's going to mean we're about 6 minutes 30 seconds left to go, 3 minutes 30 seconds into the stage. And now what we're going to see here is some jostling for positioning. Now, ideally, you want the tiles, basically where Inez's dagger is, around that, and possibly above, to the right of Semi-Villain cleared, for positioning. You may or may not also want that tile by the blue box, that one remaining ice tile cleared out, depending on how you're handling the slug farm. But given that the 2 high ground tiles next to that are Dominioned, I can see possibly the desire for some good positioning there, but again, that's going to have to be up to Kaisei. And then he does have the right side cleared out thanks to Dagon, so that is a bit of a plus. But yeah, things are going to be a little dicey. Alright, we've got... Okay, we're starting to place units down. We are about 3:30 into the stage.
The squad looking a little bit slow, if I might say so myself.
Yeah, the DP
timing,
the DP
you're only
really
starting
hurting.
DPS the boss after a third of its time. Gonna try and do as much damage as quickly as possible. It just doesn't look like that much damage at the moment. This team composition quite set out, possibly for initially planning for possibly Hollow Visage or Sentinel to fight Aegir, not as quite prepped for Semi-Villain. And I suddenly think now all grouped up.
I think when Nightingale's skill goes down, we'll be 4 minutes 30 seconds in. This makes me very nervous, because Semi-Villain gains increased damage resistance in Phase 2. Getting through that is going to be an utter pain in the ass. And given that we've only done this much damage, as we approach the 5-minute mark, I am very concerned of the real possibility we may lose to ICI by timeout.
Looks like the attack speed though, keeping that damage up, proccing that
Okay,
to have HP. We see the aura coming out.
Okay, Kyobe is on the field, so finally some decent damage coming on the field. It looks like my concerns may be an error because Kyobe is taking the boss to school.
The really hot knives making all the action happen here with the attack speed drone just completely bursts.
The boss is gone
Cinnamon.
before the drones are even on the field. Excellent work from Kyobe. Hey, how do you beat an ice mountain? Really hot knives. And there's
it completely unfrozen the villain completely. Just now it's just up to the regular mobs. The Yeti Squadron on the left, Ice Spiders on the right. It was all just a setup to get Kyobe in. We saw the arts damage amplification relics taken earlier.
And I did forget
being really high on defense.
I did forget
Not
there is
taking too much
Rockhorn.
damage, right?
There is Rockhorn Torch. So Kyobe at that moment had, I believe, plus 80% attack and plus 120 attack speed on top of the plus 50 that Kaisei got from the full Artel. But as you can see, top right, hey, we've got a honker coming.
I mean, it shouldn't be much of an issue. The Ayla's position is not under threat at all, and her skill is easily enough to clear the Yeti Squadron. Perhaps already thinking about how he'll deal with Sentinel. Kind of, we'll never know what was actually going on, but kind of felt like he saved himself there after a couple of initial blunders that didn't quite come back to haunt him with the power of that Kyobe.
Yeah,
The saxophone on the lane. Kind of just dead now, and
yeah,
40 enemies left, and most of these are just small regular mobs. We don't see the super imposing mobs on the right side compared to what's it called? Compared to Lofty Silverfrost. So the main threat was just the boss, and the
main
burst
threat
cycle.
is the boss, yeah.
Yeah, the burst cycle was just incredibly controlled. Even if the opening wasn't.
I will say that the saxophonists do pose a threat while the boss is on the field, but if you have the ability to just devote your entire team towards countering right side, and while 1 or 2 units handle left, then you're in very good position, as Kaisei is right here. Again, like, trying to contend with all of this while the boss is still alive and raining ice on you, very difficult, but I have to commend Kaisei for the excellent play after the initial losses in the opening of this map. ICI is a notoriously difficult map to open, but once you get to that reset on phase 2, you can really pull it back, and Kaisei showed us very well how that can happen in this run.
Yeah, very good job mitigating the combination of the ice cleavers with the boss's presence. Completely cleared out, no leaks whatsoever.
Leakless despite the 2 misplays in the beginning, which I have to say is insanely impressive. Can we get a clap
Amazing
in the
recovery.
chat? And now let us see. Ooh, hey, boys, Wrath for the second time. I think a certain relic really wants to be picked here.
Gonna find that Dorothy E2, as
Dorothy!
you mentioned. Level 10, no more hope. This is your squad that you are looking for until
we've got
you find
injury
something.
trigger. We've got 1 injury trigger and 1 shop, and we've got a... Ooh.
Oh no, it's Gardener.
That's Gardner, right?
Oh,
Gardner.
Man!
Yeah.
it's Gardener. Unfortunately.
Man! Well...
Still has to pass the stage, though. A little bit unfortunate on the points. Not going to be the best, but we have seen fails from the others. We have seen fails in the other runs, so...
Hey, if we find a Hunt Full Artel, can we cast Hunt on Gardner to turn it into Sentinel? Well...
Would be hard to say, but...
There goes the Pan
Shop 47 ingots, got a lot to work with.
He does have 2 shops, so he could theoretically go for a nice shopping spree here and then the rob on the second one. So we'll see what he gets up to. Okay, Lakeman Aegis for some nice HP, as well as Living Woodplate for Barrier. I would honestly be picking both of those up, and looks like Kaisei will be doing so. And now we're going to rob the second shop, right? Sending Psychic Waves to you. Ooh! Tranquil Spring Current and Transceiver, but a little too late for either to do anything meaningful. Now that's better!
That's a decent rob. Right?
Too bad there's no Fia meta for the Hand of Pulverization, Kaisei! Maybe
A little
biased.
bit sentimental here. We're waiting for the 6th floor cannot robbery.
If this
Cannot
goes
is,
badly, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I mean he's one of the more interesting enemies in this game. If you can even call him an enemy. He just does stuff. The true sentiment of I just go here.
Well, you can beat him up in IS5, but for IS4, he's just a troll.
Yeah, this is not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Left hand up there, just gonna be chilling. Aoa gonna be able to DPS him down before he inflicts the attack debuff. Does get it off at the end, but is immediately phased. KOB just gonna do the second half. Absolutely no problem. Decken gonna be using skill on a couple of mooks. 10% battery. Get your iPad charged, guys.
Yeah. I don't. We've had a lot of interesting ways that runs ended, unfortunately, but I don't want battery loss to be one of them. Please charge your phone, Kaisei.
Yeah, that would be one of the most unfortunate ways for things to end, but this stage, it's completely clean, yeah? Just absolutely no threat at all. Cannot's effects aren't even proccing in time to get these enemies any sort of help.
Yeah, that, and even if they do proc, he's got more than enough crowd control. So, given that I think this map is shoe-in, you want to tell the chat the funny story about that one time E0 had to contend with the phone on low battery?
It happens. I've seen this happen in a lot of other niches runs too, where in stages, especially in a contingency contract, where you have a stall. It happens less in IS because the whole point is attack scaling, but when having a stall, you need to keep track of your battery life. And we don't expect to see it in IS run, but perhaps not wanting their device to overheat during this really long run chooses not to charge, and now it's low battery.
I think KOB's really hot knives might make that a little bit of a problem. Yep, that is stage. Now let's see what relics we get. Personally, I think he should just leak Cresson for memes. I think he's going to go get a charging cable.
Probably the best choice here.
All right, we've got Sniper Medic, and we're getting Rangers. All right, now let's see. That's the guard book. Very nice. The Hand of Pulverization for the non-existent snipers on the team. SMH.
Free verb mail though.
And I think at this point he's just recruiting units to get the per unit points.
Yeah, points are points. It's important.
Points are points.
Now popping the folds.
Yep, getting some more, increasing that base HP. Oh no, not increasing, but getting rid of the collapsible paradigms. And he did get rid of injury triggers, so that is always a plus. Yeah, seeing some talk about Kaisei's score in chat. Honestly, I just think it's a bad case of bad RNG because I don't really think Kaisei's severely misplayed. It's just really unfortunate his score is going to be that low because of boss and node luck.
It is kind of the unfortunate truth that when playing this game mode, these scores will eventually come down to luck. And perhaps a chain of decisions that some might say were skill, but others might say were luck, such as the whole 4-4 incident.
Yeah.
Gonna see if it comes back to bite him.
Yeah.
Stream? Hello?
And we're getting a bit of Shu S3 collapsal interference.
Stream
hey,
dead?
Shu, can you stop teleporting us back? I'd really like to see what's going on. Okay, has Shu stopped? I think Shu stopped. Alright,
we are back to live.
You know, when I said I wanted to see image corruption in the run, I meant the collapsal paradigm. Alright. Well, as it goes, Frost and Sand is like the easiest of the floor 3 stages, so if Kaisei loses any HP here, I am going to send him a stern letter in the mail.
I don't expect it'll happen. I think he's just preparing himself mentally for Gardner.
Yeah.
Even, whatever points you want to make it, you still want to make it as clean as possible. We've already seen people lose to Croissant even normally.
Yeah.
And how it would be funny to leak. The whole map being the seed beds is not particularly fun to play against.
Yeah, and while it is rare, especially for people who are in a tournament and who have practiced high difficulty IS repeatedly, it is still possible to blunder Gardner. It is a bit of a volatile boss if you treat it too lightly, so I'm just hoping Kaisei gets a really clean kill on it.
Yeah. You just want to get this map over with. And the score, probably not as good as it hoped. I'm looking at the right side for maybe a calculation. Looks like it's not out yet, but these bullies just being cleared.
Well, he did have 21-26 after the rob. He's now at
22-10.
And he may
Gardner's
have
200.
He may have a 3% multiplier because he did not cast a surprise, but again, it's multiplying off of a relatively low score, and depending on how Artuosa's runs go, that may come back to bite him.
Yeah, Artuosa feeling a lot less pressure than if perhaps a Hollow Visage or a Sentinel appeared, because the options are still available for him. This is where going first, that minor silver lining of your opponent not playing optimally, perhaps, or not getting the best of luck, may come back.
But do remember that going into floor 5, I, in my opinion, believe that Artuosa's roster entering floor 5 is wanting more than Kaisei's roster was entering floor 5. So Artuosa may be navigating from a tenuous position, and I think we're gonna see how that goes as we come back to Artuosa. But for now, let's just see what happens with the rest of Kaisei's run.
Alright, Gardner coming back up.
We're back! It's everyone's favorite space ball!
Quick stage breakdown, and then maybe we can get into some action.
Okay, here's the TLDR. Gardner starts up top at 12 o'clock, goes from 3 o'clock to 6 to 9 back to 12, does 3 laps of this, then starts moving in reverse, teleporting 3 times each time, leaves seedbed everywhere. If you're on seedbed, you take arts damage per second, have minus 50 attack speed, and the boss does 2 times more damage to you. Pylon into the center charges 1 charge every 40 seconds, 2 charges costs 80 seconds, which is about 1 cycle of Crescent.
Hello?
Yeah, Shu's doing the thing again. Shu, just because your skill is instantly active on
Perhaps a few internet issues. We've seen worse, but
yeah.
Let's get the stage started.
Okay, there we go.
We're back.
We're back. But yeah, boss is going to teleport. When you activate the pylon, 1 charge makes the boss vulnerable for 5 seconds, 2 charges makes the boss vulnerable for 10 seconds, and if you double charge the pylon, it clears the seed beds around the pylon in a range like Elysium Skill 2. And the pylon first becomes available for a double charge when the boss is at 9 o'clock for the first time. Also, the boss can hit from 3.5 tiles away, so generally speaking, it is traditional to hole up on the left side because the boss is going to be vulnerable there for the first time, and also most enemies come from the left or go to the left. Shu was activating her skill again, so basically you just hold there, and that is where you decide to do things. If you decide not to contest the right side at all, it's going to be 9 leaks. If you do decide to contest, it's going to be 9 casters, which you can totally take out with the auto. So honestly, not seeing much difficulty there. Alright, 20 more seconds until the boss hits Kaisei's front line, and then we're going to see probably the biggest burst of our lives. That's it.
All the support being ready off your Grismont mine, your Scotty skill, Nightingale. Just
Here
waiting for that
pylon.
overcharge, which
Here
happens
comes the burst.
right now.
And
Return silence goes in.
Dead.
Phase.
Wait, Shu! Shu!
No,
Oh, we jumped forward.
Time skip.
Oh.
They jumped forward because we were behind. But Prasan, first phase, back up at 12 o'clock. Second phase, gonna be an absolute non-problem, I feel, for Kaisei. No issues at all.
Yep.
Very, very important, not Sentinel, so we won't be teleporting all the way to weird places like 4 and 5 o'clock on the map. Just popping all the support, and then popping the return to silence.
Yeah, we'll have you know that I'm partial to 530.
Yeah.
And pylon.
Overcharge.
And skill. And hey, was there a space ball here? Because I don't see one.
Should be a relatively clean finish. All that setup on the left side going to be very successful. And Ascalon, the slow hold right side, could, well, KOB's here now, but
Yep.
would be a problem if not the fact that, hey, you have 35 lives. You can do whatever the hell you want. You are spawn camping half the exits here. And you can literally just leave half the enemies left. Well,
Pretty much.
We're gonna be waiting a final score here. A plus 200 here, a plus... at least you still get that 10% multiplier from fighting Croissant, but the score is not going to be very high. But we have also seen other quarterfinalists win qualifiers without these super high scores. Even Miguel yesterday only just fought normal Samavillain, normal Gardener, finished with a score of 2700, and capitalized maybe a little bit off the opponent getting a little bit too greedy to try and match that score.
Yeah.
So definitely not out of the running. This is still a very, very solid run. And Shu, hello. As I was saying,
She was a little salty that she didn't get to teleport the space ball back, I think.
yeah. We're gonna see if Shu gets her chance when Artuosa comes back. This kind of determines what you really want to do, what the rest of the run you really want to do with it. No ending 4, no extra stages, only these 6 4s that you've dealt with. Yeah, so you kind of have to be really careful.
It's
score,
at times
but-
like this that I really do wish that you could get points for Ice Cold Image, even if you didn't have Tree Scar, because Ice Cold Image is still a difficult stage. It just asks for something different than Hollow Visage. And I think Hollow Visage is more oppositional to Ending 3 and Ending 4, which applies more roster pressure, and I can understand that being why it gives additional points, but I don't know. I just still think that Kaisei's play, recovering that Ice Cold Image, was highly commendable, and I really wish he could be rewarded for it.
Yeah, I would be opposed to seeing perhaps at least a 50-point bonus compared to Lofty Silver Frost, and you can see that this squad is not necessarily prepared for Ice Cold Image at the beginning either, and that is the stage. We're gonna look for a final point count.
I don't know if we'll get it necessarily because I'm not sure if they give it to us immediately, but that was like a 2200, and I think we can like manually do some wrangling
plus 200
there.
plus
Yeah.
1.1. I mean times 1.1 times 1.02.
I'll let you do that math, guy. And we're back to Artuosa. Yeah, GG's in chat indeed. GG for maybe Great Gardener, who knows?
Probably a low 2700 that we're looking at here.
Well, if it is a low 2700, that's still a very respectable score. I think we saw people
It's a strong score, but if Artuosa finds perhaps that hollow visage, it could suddenly be over. Even though although the silver lining is that his squad is not necessarily fully prepared for it.
Yeah, he's going to need a really strong floor 5. But if I recall correctly, he did have a very promising floor 5. Or wait, no, we haven't even seen his floor 5 yet. No, my bad. I'm misremembering. But yeah, he's going to need a really potent floor 5, in my opinion. And now, it is possible for 2 boss keys to naturally spawn on the higher floors. If he gets a natural double boss key spawn, that may be worth noting. But, yeah, we're going to have to see how Artuosa chooses to build his squad, because, in my opinion, very tenuous. Oh, hey, wait a second. We get an intermission. Well, again, please be sure to stretch, hydrate, take your meds if you need to, because we're going to be going for at least another hour, I think. We're going to be taking an intermission for 4 minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to this third phase of our SGL2, where we'll finish up Artuosa's run. Whether he can overtake Kaisei's score, it's just he's got a difficult road ahead of him. He still needs to win, but even with a little rough-looking squad, the stages he's looking for are quite set up to do so. Especially if he gets one of the rare boss drops.
Alternatively, though, we could have the memeiest floor 5 in history, which is one that I've experienced myself, where the entire left column is combats, and the remaining 3 columns are all encounters. True story.
Artuosa, back on it.
All right, and we're
quality
back.
A little bit rough, but this is a 4-4. The end of 4-4.
Yeah, this is the floor 4 shop that we left off on. You can see the little scarred amber over there.
On a rough callback, Artuosa at level 8, still got 2 levels of hope worth to go. Is about to exit the shop, and welcome to 4-5.
Alright, we've got one convergence collapse and one non-linear.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know, but I see an HP -2 on my screen, and that is
Well, that's only if he increases his collapse. That looks like a standard lofty silver for us to me. Now here's the problem. He may want to go for that lost and found up top, but if he does, he's gonna have to avoid that boss key. Okay! Peek into the Eternal Night. Very solid relic. He is going for that lost and found. He is not going to make the same mistake that Kaisei did. My brain just broke. Iron, you take over for a bit.
I mean, it's good that he does find it in that 4-5 after rejecting it on an earlier floor. Well, the greed might have actually kind of paid off here as just looking for a higher roll than Kaisei. But this pathing might be a little bit questionable.
Unfortunate.
Still a pretty severe lack of sustain in my opinion. But this stage shouldn't be that bad.
His collapses are also interesting. He has 3 collapses that are going to be affecting his combat. He's got emotional, non-linear, barrow, and then the last one's just draining his HP, although unless he chooses to lose index, that floor 4 to 5 move should have been the last time it'll forcibly take HP from him. So I don't know. I'm wondering if he's going to cast... Oh, what's up?
Still looking at any potential issues from like 5 to 6 though, right?
It depends, in my opinion, if he decides to go for the tree scar fight. Because again, healing's really dubious and that concerns me.
What does Tree Scar do again?
Tree Scar is the relic that locks you in for the Ending 2 fight, and you only find out what Ending 2 boss you're fighting after the prophecy, because you basically can only declare for Ending 2 at the final prophecy node. So we don't know if it's going to be Sammy's Entropy or Hollow Visage.
And he has it, right?
No, but he's rooting towards
he needs
the
the Lost and Found, right?
Yeah.
And then he needs to proc the folds?
Yes. So, the reason that Kaisei couldn't get away with it is because the Lost and Found was right next to the Prophecy, and Scar Void can only be cast on the node to the right of the node you're sitting on. So even if Kaisei did get Scar Void...
Just one tile short.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to cast it in a way that affects floor 5. So...
Truly unlucky.
Is that a leaner skill too? Oh my god, it is.
Yeah, C1. Still kind of chilling.
Indeed.
This stage, just a complete non-threat, not even an emergency.
Yeah.
Your very standard Asco on Degen LSU.
I mean, if you can hold the enemies at bay, I don't think this stage poses much of a threat. It's only really if you decide to back tank where things start becoming a little more concerning, and I don't see full roster doing that unless you're really forced to by Dominion, just because, like, it's just so much easier to play this map aggro and rather than wait for the enemy to come to you.
I mean, it is just one giant choke point in the middle right here that arguably spawn camping just reduces any threat for the enemies to stack up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just gonna get popped on some mooks. Absolute, yeah, as I said, non-threat. Milnar skill 2, doing his thing.
And activating,
it's like it does stuff.
Activating Shu skill 3 for this last wave, which isn't really much of a threat at all. It's just a bunch of little collapsals exercising their legs. Shu, you just killed a bunch of collapsals doing their cardio. Is that really how you want to go out?
Bit of a shame, because these are the collapsals champions, you know? Right. All wiped away by one activation of the return silence.
Unfortunately, not enough to E2 Leaner, but we are going to see... Okay, here we go. Unfortunately... Oh, E-Manmade. But you need the Lost and Found. Yeah. Unfortunately, Kaisei... Or, sorry, not Kaisei. Artuosa... Yeah, ooh, okay. Double Barrow and, double Convergence. Yeah, unfortunately, Artuosa is not going to be seeing any more combat, because you do have to take Lost and Found for Scar Void, and then you do have to immediately cast. Yeah. Yep. Okay, and now we're going to the Prophecy. Let me go to my little cheat sheet of names in Korean. It is Sammy's Entropy. So
arguably, knowing the stage, even with less combat, it's only 1693 at the moment. That's actually quite low, but knowing the stage,
I'm nervous.
If I feel like if he got Hollow Visage here, there was a much higher chance of dying. Right? And knowing that his opponent doesn't have this 200-point bonus, perhaps Sammy's Entropy might even be better as a safe play, because he doesn't need to get the highest score possible like he did in group stage.
Yeah, he just needs to get enough.
You just need to be better than your opponent at this moment.
I'm still nervous about this though. Like, okay, so clearly taking Ending 2 is the smarter play, just for points over Lofty Silverfrost. Personally, I think it was a risk knowing that there was a 35% chance of it becoming Hollow Visage, but I'm still nervous about this because the only healing is Sculptor and Hibby and Shu, and unless he's got someone else he intends to body block with, Shu's going to be frozen the whole time. So it's just Hibby and Sculptor who are going to be doing the healing, and I'm not 100% sure if that's necessarily enough. Now, obviously, I know we can't ask the player to do things, but I would really like to see a relic roll here, just to see if there's something that Artuosa has that I kind of forgot about during the during Kaisei's run. But actually, no, you know, I can just go wind back the VOD if you're willing to take over for a bit, Iron.
All right. While you check on the VOD, we are going to head right into Sammy's Entropy. Unlike Hollow Visage, which has claimed the lives of so many, there's just one blue box. Everywhere funnels in the same place. Inez start.
Something
the champion.
There might be something to note here that Artuosa does have an advantage of having Peek into the Eternal Night, which is an increase of plus 25% attack and attack speed. What we care about is the attack, because that will go onto Sculptor and increase the buff for her regen, but it's not going to affect the amount of defense that's gained by Inspire. And there is Empty Foul Beast, which does give an increase to summoners with their tokens on the field, but again, Sculptor's token does not have 100% uptime, and it doesn't do anything for defense. So
let's see what happens. Arturia gonna be a fairly on skill one. going to be a fairly strong tool, I think, in also reducing if the necrosis proc gets activated, can consistently apply that attack debuff from the necrosis onto Ike possibly.
True,
if he gets
but
it set up.
With where Sculptor is, I think he's going to be tanking down there, yes. So that's actually a really interesting tanking spot, and if he has a certain relic or two, that could be a very advantageous position. Okay, interesting. So it turns out that he does actually have the relic where once you recover from a status effect, you gain 15 seconds of resist and 60% attack for that duration.
That is extremely important.
That may be something he's going to use with Shu. Let me see if he has the other relic that I'm interested in, which I don't think he does.
A little bit of log reviewing.
I don't think he does.
No time pressure. Artuosa taking his time.
Yeah. So he is going to sow the tiles just so he has a little bit of regen, and he's putting all his healing onto that Shu because there's not a lot of healing, and that really makes me nervous. So,
oh my god, the Samsara snapback proccing over and over, just delaying for as long as possible. Sculptor, skill finally up. This buff, he's just continuously teleporting. Skill's about to expire as we will see the beginning of this stall.
Okay, that's one,
Ike and a few collapsals.
Alright.
And it looks like the sustain is actually enough.
Okay. Looks like it is fine. The passive regen from Sculptor and the sown tile actually is enough, so... Whew, alright, that's stable.
A moment of relief for being able to stall the boss effectively, because otherwise, these trash mobs are really not much of a threat, right? You still have 25 lives to work with. Obviously, you like to save as much for Croissant as possible. But unlike Hollow Visage, no world cursors just yet.
Hold on a second.
And it's just a very small swarm of
ice spiders.
A lot of ice spiders.
Ascalon should. Hey, Ascalon, he'll be fine, right?
I mean, I doubt they'll even be in range. Ascalon's slow and the poison just completely in 2 attacks just.
So, while Artuosa gets through the trash, I actually want to dispel a common complaint about the Originium slugs having legs. Turns out that the Originium slugs are not actually slugs, but they're actually just bugs. In Japanese, the name of the slug is actually Origimushi, which is, in English, would be something like Origibug, but I guess we just decided that they're all slugs, because the original guys were legless. And so yeah, now unfortunately we have legged slugs, which are actually bugs.
I mean, yeah, even in Chinese, they're just bugs. They're just Originium bug.
Yeah, I don't know why we...
Yostar!
Yostar!
Yostar comes in...
Attacks will penetrate further!
Alright, Ice Cleaver's coming in, but Shu has been fully blocked, so not gonna be any threat there.
Fine.
They're just gonna pass right on through.
Oh look, it's more
spiders coming in, but we've already seen they're not even gonna make it to freeze anyone. So these Ice Cleavers just they're waiting to fight someone frozen, but it just won't happen, and suddenly Sculptor gonna be used to heal up from this drone damage, but
we're holding on it. Waiting to see if Ascalon's gonna dodge. No. Degen to protect the front line. Solid play.
Degen to kill drones is crazy.
You know what's really crazy? Degen having auto SP gen. Maddie.
Fair and balanced.
Someone in the chat does raise a fair point. Bug racing just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Callback from I mean, we can bug race in IS5 now, I think, but
yeah. IS5 no,
RA. But call back to my point was call back to the original IS where the downtime recreation was just slug racing gambling. Yeah. Anybody remember from the gold days of March 2021 on EN?
That and in one of the Japanese, I think, like Arknights cons, there actually was an event where you like got a slip with a slug on it, and then they would play a recorded video of slugs on a screen, and you would root for your slug to win. And I think that came out before RA2's slug racing, so that was fun as well.
Not even any significant phase 2 enemies, just the last
just
two champions.
champions.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
we have
just
more
the last
than
three
enough
wave
damage
of-
for.
The wave of last 3 champions easily cleared out. Now it's just the boss. Shu's still holding.
Alright,
Gonna
so
be able
now...
to reposition all the damage over.
Backline is retreating now. Obviously, I think what Artuosa is going to go for is the standard Degen Tremble into Shu Cycle of Samsara. Just do that 2 or 3 times where you tremble Ike so that he cannot freeze Shu, then use Shu's teleport to ensure that he never gets past a certain point. You do this enough times, and then you do it for basically every single time his HP reaches a running threshold, and then you're basically laughing all the way to the bank. But it is possible to mess that up, and we have seen it happen. So just hoping Artuosa locks in, does it cleanly, and then we'll see an entry to floor 6.
I might actually bring attention to the score here. 1693? Is that a correct number for the current? I mean, he has not fought nearly as many combats as Kaisei, but
And his relics are also not as
entering this could be
plentiful.
this suddenly we could still run into a potential point problem because
Oh, he's going for the first. Ooh.
first.
Ooh. Okay. Whew. I thought that Shu I thought that Ella explosion was his run, but okay, no, we're good.
He
All
runs.
right,
He's
so-
just chilling a Shu.
Yeah.
Shu still has the S3, so
Yeah. Okay. Whew.
of no concern. Snaps back to the
Alright.
original point.
Clean
Aswan.
as heck and fast as heck too. Just only
Yeah, for
only
us
need
all, that's
one
pretty good.
cycle for that.
Yeah,
All right,
drawing
well done,
attention to the points.
Artuosa. All right, hold up.
Even with
Floor 6.
sorry,
No, go ahead.
yeah,
get ready
even
for
with
floor
the
6.
plus 200. Okay, we'll see. We'll have to see the score calculation live go up here. But even with the plus 200 from Sammy's entropy, we kind of need to recall that Kaisei went into Croissant with around 2200. If he does not get Sentinel here, the points could actually get pretty close.
But do remember that Kaisei, I think, that Artuosa, I think, had more advantageous bonus emergencies. Although he doesn't have the bonus emergency for floor 5, so that also.
Yeah, I think
I'm
it
sorry.
evens out.
Did he just get offered Horizon Invitation as the ending relic? What a scam!
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
What an absolute scam!
Score jumping up to 1900. Gonna pray for a decent floor 6 emergency here.
Floor 6 emergency or a very solid
Sentinel.
Rob.
Or Sentinel.
All
We'll see
right,
what it is.
I've got my cheat sheet open. Okay,
See what it
Dequant, very good debuff for him. Ooh, no love in Sami. And it is Gardener.
This is gonna get close. No emergency fight on floor 6.
Well, hold
just
on.
a shot with not
Hold
much.
on. He has 2 shops. If he gets Love and Sami on either shop, he's still got a chance. Okay, it's a shrub. Now, Artuosa already withdrew.
Chalice. This late.
He is for
Unlucky.
Chalice! No, don't. So he already withdrew. He's gonna be looking
you
for
getting
that love
Kaisei?
Fuldartle, I think. He's doing his math, seeing if getting that is worth it. There's a medic voucher though, so
He has another shop he can go to, so
yes.
and still a refresh here, so I don't know if he's hesitating. Okay, it would be worth it,
Yeah.
but 12 ingots going to immediately commit to the medic, going to find that sustain he was missing before. Not going to be able to E2 this Nightingale in time unless
Ooh, he's
even
going
if he
for
finds
the-
another ticket, he has no hope.
And he's gonna refresh. Okay, it's Advent. So he already
No
withdrew.
ingots.
He can't do it again. But he
No
does have one
ingots.
shot
No
left.
E2 Nightingale.
Yeah, I think
We'll
he's.
move up to 10 with the final combat. But
Wait.
unless
No,
that's
no, you
somehow
can't.
magical meta
Can't. Huh?
He's depositing.
Oh, he deposited. Oh, thank God.
He's depositing at the very
Whew.
end.
Whew. Okay. Freaked
Mad
me out there
lag.
for a little. All right.
Takes the shot.
Hand of
Gonna try and
pulverization.
go for
No,
robbery
no
here.
go. No go. Oh, it's not
No choice
happening.
but
The
to rob,
dream is
brother.
over. And he's going for the rob.
Gonna pick up all the points from the extra relics here.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, 22-10 was the cut off. Did he use Hunt and Surprise? I don't remember.
Artuosa did use Hunt. I do not know about Surprise.
Without knowing for sure Kaisei's score, gonna have to just try and take as much as possible. Even it's kind of strange that even with the bonus from fighting Ike, the points are not high.
I think
This doesn't even count as a combat, does it?
I
Like in
don't
terms of
know,
score
actually.
counting?
I don't know actually.
I don't recall this counting as a combat in score counting.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Artuosa's score is comparatively so low. Given that wasn't Artuosa the one that cast the Beast Migrate?
Pretty sure, but it was a fairly ineffective one, if I recall.
Yeah, he only
Kaisei
got
just
to
had so
benefit
many
two.
fights, so many normal fights, so many emergency fights with the, even though with the lack of the lost and found, so many good points of verticality found during earlier
Yeah.
floors.
Kaisei had a wonderful floor four.
We get to see the Arturia in action. The last vestige of the Korean server. The only one to pick and even make it out with Defender Supporters card. Even though you really only take one Defender and two Supporters in the current meta composition. Gonna be a bit hard to say. This fight, it still should be pretty clean. Left hand just having some fun there. Deck getting a little bit low. Gonna place gravel, but gonna be an easy process to phase 2. And Ayla should just take care of it.
Did Artuosa ever use the hunt in his run?
He did use Hunt.
He used Hunt?
Oh, he did.
I thought he
Did
did.
he? If he hasn't, it could make it even closer. We're gonna have to
Actually-
wait for the final score tallies here.
Actually, no, he still has 2 Hunts in his hands, and maybe he didn't. You want me to go check the VOD? I'll go check the VOD. I mean, it's
Up
a
to you,
pretty
yeah.
standard Rob. Yeah. I think it would be on floor 2, if anywhere, so just go look around there, I guess.
Interesting raid deployment. Gonna find absolutely no value as the sniper moves on forward. Takes out
And
Inez, but the shoot...
sniper is berserked! The sniper is berserked!
Oh wow, Ayla dies too. Doesn't play shoot down in time.
And
But Shu should be able to take it
Dagon
just
has
fine.
to... Okay, whew, Dagon took
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah. A little bit of unfortunate deaths, but still nothing run ending. Okay, not gonna heal all these small enemies here. It's still not gonna be huge. Not gonna be huge. Shu's skill's still active, so even this second sniper shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that's a clean kill, because the sniper without the berserk doesn't have that much attack speed. More champions come out bot side. Get some water.
Actually, I don't know if Artuosa did use a hunt. I know he considered it, but he may not have. No, actually, I don't know if Artuosa used one at all. Huh.
Interesting.
I mean, he still has them in hand, so if he feels like he needs to, could be good.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
I
a
don't
matter
know.
of confidence. Does he feel like he has to greed? Because obviously he doesn't know the exact point count. Perhaps he's doing in the math in the back, but
Well, I don't know if E-Terminus is worth more than a straight up 3% increase.
what about the emergency terminus is plus 60, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't have any 4-5 emergency right now. Yeah, so a plus 60 versus a 3% bonus. It should be around similar, but it should be similar, but we'll see what he does with it. We have seen players even lose the emergency terminus, so can never be too cautious. But you might need the points.
Alright, he's got a sniper, and okay, who are we going for?
You have 16 hope, but nothing really useful.
We're gonna see a Suzerain?
I wonder if
Suzerain
It's
with
instantly
Ella.
promoted, so
Stainless.
could be worth stainless. I think
Okay,
the
we're
Foxfire
seeing the
Haze might be
Suzerain.
more useful.
And then
here.
this is the E2 for Ray, yes.
Alright. Last
No
fights.
emergencies here.
Not gonna look for the.
Is he doing it? No, he's casting a Concord. Which means he's not using Hunt. And he got rid of one Barrow, that's a plus. Okay, so he's at 2043 now.
It's gonna be close. It is going to be very close.
If I were Artuosa or Kaisei, I'd be nervous.
I think
Man.
Kaisei has to just kind of contemplate, because he might be one of the few people who actually know his score, right? He knows what he finishes with, but Artuosa doesn't have that information. He doesn't know exactly how many points he needs to greed for, and again, now opting not to use that hunt.
True, and you could try and calculate based off of the score that was displayed as Kaisei was fighting Gardner, but again, that is a provisional score, and I'm sure
Even that the
Kaisei...
provisional score is higher than what he's going to finish after this map.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Kaisei knows exactly what he has right now.
Yeah, his pre-fight score was very, very high.
Yeah. Man. This could get really dicey.
Yeah. Definitely the calm before the storm here.
I don't think that this squad is going to have any difficulty dispatching Gardener. So
going to see the exact same Croissant dismantling that we've seen all tournaments so far.
Yeah, so I think...
The meta just so strong.
Well, that and the meta is built around tackling Sentinel, so obviously Sentinel's younger brother is going to be no problem.
The orbs. But yeah, this meta very, very defined. And even with this very unique starting squad, the points are going to come on through. But regardless of the points, he needs to pass the stage first, right?
Yeah.
He needs to not foul the Gardener.
I'm going to be real. If you throw on Frost and Sand in full roster, your squad is not ready, or you fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, we don't want to see any chokes here. Points can be very important. No 4-6 emergency either. Perhaps a bit of bad luck from both sides on the final few floors of these runs today. neither player, I'd argue, being able to showcase their full potential compared to some of their qualifiers.
Yeah, really bad RNG on the bosses today, honestly.
And this was kind of like one of the quarterfinals for the Aegis, because these two players were the two lowest scoring. Confirm. The lowest scoring first seed and the lowest scoring second seed coming out of groups in general, with a 2700 and 2600 scored respectively. Passing the stage 2065. It's gonna be rough. Does finally level up to level 10.
Alright. Well,
Myrtle too, but
oh, you know what?
at this point, I wouldn't even take the Myrtle T. I would have recruited
well,
a random
hold on a
operator
second.
for 3
Hold
more
on a
points.
second. Oh, hold on. I think Artuosa might be resetting.
Resetting stream. Stream quality was a little bit.
No, resetting emulator. No, but you know what might be another point of differential? What if Kaisei had more recruited operators? I mean, obviously, they're not worth that much in terms of points, but points are points.
That's what I was discussing. I was kind of pointing out that instead of E2ing the Myrtle there, were that really... But what if those 3 points that you get from recruiting an extra operator makes the whole difference?
Oh, come on. Alright, let me just go and check really quickly what Kaisei was up to in terms of operator count.
Alright, we are back. 22 ops. Can't proc any folds for this final fight. It is just going to be a very raw Gardener. Maybe pointing out that he has not used a hunt.
Kaisei had 32 operators going into his Gardener.
Yeah, that could just be at 2065 points right now. But the final fight, we will just have to see. We do not know, but most importantly, let's get this last clash over with.
Oh yeah.
The Simplified Chinese's third seed. The one who barely made it out of the barely clutched up the first seed of their group after a couple of after multiple almost nearly generational chokes from the rest of the people in the group. Up against the last vestige of the Korean server in SGL2. We go in. We've seen this once. Can we see it clean from Artuosa? 32 lives. Sets up on the left. Also used a Ray on the left, but otherwise the exact same placements. The Sculptor being placed. Inez on the top to hold the line.
Artuosa may have less relics, but Artuosa also has Peek into the Eternal Night, which again, 25% attack and attack speed, nothing to sneeze at. I think the DPS for this boss is fairly secured. So at this point, it's just going to be getting through the boss as cleanly as possible and seeing what those final scores are.
Yeah, we'll see the final play happen. This really is the quarterfinal of the underdogs. And who makes it to semis will be pretty important. It's also pretty nice that the... Forgot what I was going to say. But as Croissant is about to teleport to this 9 o'clock position, readying for the burst.
We got Ella
ready,
in a
shoe ready.
irregular spot, perhaps to contest the casters and go for a leakless. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any points for completing bosses leakless, so it'd be more of a flex of the pride of not leaking on Gardener than securing anything, in my opinion. But here comes the pylon. Are we going for the burst?
Yep. Shoe popped, Pylon popped, Sculpture popped, and now just the return to
Dagon.
silence.
And
Going with everything in.
chunking the boss. Very
Your face is down.
interesting. Very interesting. On Kaisei's run, we saw the Dagon was hitting about 10k per hit. This Dagon is hitting 15 to 18k per hit. So, you know, just those...
A lot more physical damage amp. I mean, we saw this is a Sculptor S3,
and
we saw
again,
the S2
peek
on
into the
Kaisei's
Eternal
run.
Night.
Yeah.
Cannot
and, yeah,
understate what that relic does.
so much damage. Lake should be no issue. As
never mind.
making an unfortunate teleportation into his second run.
Getting
Gonna
some
be jumping
runners.
into his death here.
Can you imagine
Should
being
be no
Cresson,
issue.
getting wailed on as your career? You show up, getting ready to take over
I mean,
the
he's
world,
he's
and then...
he's claimed the lives of so many already.
That's
I
true.
think.
That's true.
I think at the top level of play, he deserves to get bullied.
Yeah, Gardener is the therapeutic center for all the people who have died to Sentinel.
Ella being redeployed. Sculptor skill popped preemptively. The tide surges. Gravel gonna be used as bait. All the skills, support skills being popped. Samsara
And,
snap
hey,
pack, maybe not
don't
even
forget-
necessary
Hey, don't forget to
as the
activate the pylon.
pylon gets activated.
And yoink.
The return to
And
silence.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Alright, Artuosa, I want to see the rest of this map on 2x speed, no pausing.
I mean, you gotta feel the nerves, right? The fate, your fate is not in your own hands anymore. Neither player getting the additional bonus because Kaisei's Ice Cold Image was not with the helm. These are
Artuosa
just
didn't get
raw.
Hollow Visage, right?
Yeah, these are just raw runs, but their score isn't necessarily as high as they could have possibly gotten.
I think neither
Yeah, it's
player really got their score as high as they wanted, given that we've been seeing nothing but normal bosses, except for Ice Cold Image, which decided to show up and troll everyone.
Was a fun Ice Cold Image too, but again,
It was a
no
great
points
Ice Cold
is,
Image.
Is no points is kind of the bane of these two's runs here.
Yeah.
Like, a pretty sad theme that both these players had such good starts. No one felt like they needed to even use that optional reset they had. 4-4 was going amazing, although maybe not necessarily in squads for Artuosa, but the squad recovered. But these 4 or 5 nodes have just been so punishing and, once again, unlucky.
I think part of it too is also the lack of picking up the Lost and Found earlier and not having the Doubtful Artul appear, because I think if Kaisei had gotten like the Lost and Found at any other like node or period in time, it would have been fine. Hey, hold on, what's going on bottom right? Or bottom
Yeah,
left?
20 something, 30 something enemies, 27
I don't think
lives.
Hello? Oh, an
Just
emotional...
like casual trolling, you know, casual trolling.
Yeah, casual trolling. An emotional Imperial Striker, or whatever his name is. It's physically impossible to lose... Oh, wait, hold on, no. No, actually... Alright, he just needs to kill one more, and then it's physically impossible to lose this. Kill anything. Kill a drone. Okay, we're good now.
Alright, we're safe.
Alright, well, we're just getting this over with. Quick and painful, as they say.
And this is a close match, but not in the way that we expected. That it ends up being a little bit ironic that both these players end up having this terrible stroke of luck near the end of their runs. Neither player getting that lucky bonus those lucky bonus points.
And it looks like Artuosa's score has been calculated for a win now that it's physically impossible for him to lose, and that brings him up to 2503. I'm not sure if that's with or without multipliers, but...
I think that's with.
Oh, no.
Because...
Oh, no.
His score going into this was only
2060.
Yeah, it was 2062.
Oh, boy. All right, here we are.
Definitely not enough.
All right, let's see what the scores are.
Final score reveal.
2560?
I don't think it's enough.
Oh boy. Can we get
I think that last bonus was that hunt multiplier being pulled in.
Hunter surprise, I think. But... let's see it, let's see it.
1839 for double ending. That raw score is a little bit yikes.
Yeah, a little on the scrawny side. Yep. And we're getting the credits roll as we wait for the score comparison. Alright.
Just waiting on the graphics team now. Fans cheering for both sides.
Artuosa. 2645. Man, I really love how they animated the score going up though. That's just nice.
Yeah. 10 fights, 38 relics, 5 emergency. That's really not a lot, if I might say.
5 emergencies on the lower side of what we usually see emergency counts.
So you want to target them as much as possible, but Artuosa, not with too much index, not with too many good nodes.
Alright. Now what's Kaisei got?
Do we know the Kaisei's raw score?
I don't think we do.
But I think there's someone posting his score already about the raw score.
Okay, and Kaisei? 2807!
Holy!
Oh my god. 12 emergencies, 46 relics. Oh my.
Oh my god. It really did come down to the emergencies. And I guess the relics, but oh my god.
It's just the common fights, the 200-point bonus from Sammy's entropy, not enough to counter the sheer amount of fights that Kaisei took with those boskies, with the verticality. And Kaisei will be your third semi-finalist in SGL2.
I really think that floor 5 emergency was a critical moment in Kaisei's favor, but not even a 200-point difference between these players. Both very well fought battles, but holy crap, that was down to the wire.
Yeah, Kaisei up again. On a run. Even though the luck may not be in his favor, eliminates Korea's last hope and goes on to fight Miguel in their match on the 27th. And
a clap in the chat for both the players. Both excellent shows, but ultimately just down to some very bitter RNG in the later floors.
Yeah, both players not having good RNG, but Kaisei with that floor 4, with those 4-4 fights, just edges out just on top. Very small difference compared to the other quarterfinals where we have had losses. We've had players lose, and even though these were both wins, these relatively low wins. Kaisei comes out on top, and we will see how he faces versus Miguel-san in a few days.
Let's see. Tomorrow. What's tomorrow?
Call of Soup.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to be seeing a battle between two players from the Simplified Chinese server, Cola and Soup. That'll be live in what?
20 hours.
19. 20? 19.
20.
20. Yeah.
20 hours.
Time zones are
20
hard.
hours between the top seed out of the Simplified Chinese qualifier versus Soup on a revenge tour from SGL 1, barely getting the runner-up, and barely even qualifying to SGL 2 at all. That'll be a match for the ages, but I think that'll do it for today. This is Ironcobra signing off with Zai and Johnny. Any last words?
Be sure to, because it's going to be a fight like no other, unless RNG doesn't cooperate, in which case we should beat up the RNG creator together. But it's been great casting. It's been great watching. I'll see you guys in the chat. Peace out.
That was a terrible place to cut out. Feels bad, man.